Please all stand. Coroners Court is now sitting.
Good morning.
Morning, Your Honour. Your Honour, the first witness this morning is Lou Gore, who's on the video link from Belgium and will be giving evidence with the assistance of the interpreter who will be interpreting for the purposes of the transcript from the witness box.
I see. Good morning.
Hello.
Can you see and hear us?
Yes, absolutely.
All right, okay. You'll just hear from the court officer now.
Silence, please. Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say, I do.
Ms. Guimori, I think you're on mute, maybe. Could you just speak again? We can't hear you. We could before.
Yeah, I
No.
know. Lou, could you perhaps just exit the connection and reconnect again? Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Can you hear us?
Okay. Yes.
Silence, please. Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say, I do.
I do.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Oh, sorry, interpreter, yes.
Silence, please. Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that you will, well, and truly interpret the evidence that will be given and do all other means and things that are required of you in this case to the best of your ability? If so, please say, I do.
I do.
Thank you. Have a seat. Yes, Mr. Harrington.
Thank you. If I might remain seated. For
Yes, certainly.
Thank you. Could you please tell the court your full name?
Donc, est-ce que vous pouvez donner votre nom complet, s'il vous plaît?
Lou Maud Guimori.
Lou Gore.
Thank you. And what's your occupation?
Et quelle est votre profession?
Je suis étudiante en ingénieur civil.
I am a student in civil engineering.
Thank you. And where are you at the moment? What location?
Et où est-ce que vous vous trouvez en ce moment?
Je suis à Bruxelles, dans ma maison, et il neige dehors.
I am in Brussels, in my house, and it's snowing outside.
And what time is it in Brussels?
Et quelle heure est-il à Bruxelles?
La connexion a manqué à un moment, donc j'ai pas entendu la question, s'il y a une question.
The connection was cutting, so I didn't hear the question.
What time is it in Brussels?
Et quelle heure est-il à Bruxelles?
Il est 23h44.
It is 11:44 p.m.
Thank you. Lou, is it okay if I call you Lou?
Est-ce que ça vous dérange si je vous appelle Lou?
Pas du tout.
Not at all.
Did you give an interview to the Belgian police on the 11th of June 2019 about this matter?
Donc, est-ce que vous avez eu un entretien avec la police belge datant du 11 juin 2019 à propos de ce cas?
Oui.
Yes.
And are the contents of that interview true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Et est-ce que le contenu de cet entretien est véridique, et correct d'après ce que vous savez?
Oui.
Yes.
Did you also have a conference with the lawyers assisting the coroner in July 2020?
Et est-ce que vous avez eu également une conférence avec les avocats qui assistent la coroner en juillet 2020?
Oui.
Yes.
And after the conference, did you send the lawyers assisting the coroner a document about Facebook messages you sent and received from Theo?
Et après cette conférence, est-ce que vous avez envoyé aux avocats un document qui contenait des messages Facebook que vous avez reçus et envoyés à Theo Hayez?
I might inquire just at the moment, Your Honour, if there's anyone else on the line, particularly Mr. Phillips, who appeared earlier, and just ask that if anyone's watching on the AVL that they put their microphones on mute apart from Lou.
Thank you.
Donc, si jamais je remarque qu'il y a du son, je vais demander si Monsieur Phillips peut enlever le micro de son ordinateur afin qu'il n'y ait pas de bruit de fond.
And I'll ask that question again. Did you send a document to the lawyers assisting the coroner about Facebook conversations that you had? Oh, I think Ms. Witness might have disappeared. Yes, I'm told Ms. Gilmore has disconnected, Your Honour, so we might wait to see if she reconnects.
Je suis désolée, je sais que c'est pas idéal que ma connexion est buggée, mais je pense que ça devrait aller maintenant.
I'm sorry, I know it's not ideal, but my connection's not very stable, but I think it's okay now.
Not a problem. Did you send a document to the lawyers assisting the coroner about Facebook conversations you had with Deal?
So est-ce que vous avez envoyé aux avocats qui assistent la coroner un document qui contenait les conversations Facebook que vous avez eues avec Theo?
Oui.
Yes.
You're a very close friend of Theo?
Donc vous êtes une amie assez proche de Theo?
Oui.
Yes.
And Theo's father, Laurent, is a close friend of your parents?
Et le père de Theo, Laurent, est un ami proche de vos parents?
Oui, c'est le parent de mon petit frère.
Yes, he's the godfather of my little brother.
And you went to primary school with Theo?
Et vous êtes allé à l'école primaire avec Theo?
J'ai passé 1 an dans la même école primaire que lui quand il a changé d'école pour sa dernière année de primaire.
I spent one year at primary school with him when he changed schools, the last year of primary school.
And then did you go to high school with Theo?
Et ensuite, vous êtes allé au lycée avec Theo?
Non, j'étais pas dans la même école secondaire que lui.
No, I wasn't in the same secondary school as him.
But you remained friends with Theo when you were both at school?
Mais vous êtes restés amis avec Theo lorsque vous étiez tous les deux à l'école?
Oui.
Yes.
And you also spent some time with Theo because he was in a relationship with a friend of yours at one stage.
Et à ce moment-là, vous étiez aussi resté proche de Theo puisqu'il il avait une relation de couple avec une de vos amies?
Oui, et on aimait bien rester tous les trois et passer du temps ensemble.
Yes, and we like to spend time, the three of us together.
And when you were spending time with Theo, what were the kinds of things that you would do?
Et lorsque vous passiez du temps avec Theo, quel genre de choses est-ce que vous aimiez faire?
Je dirais qu'on aimait bien se voir pour parler, pour un peu discuter. On n'avait pas toujours un but. On aimait bien se voir à l'extérieur, peut-être aller faire des balades, etc. Je le voyais souvent avec d'autres amis en même temps. Et on pouvait aussi se voir plus sans but précis et sans faire d'activité précise.
So sometimes we would see each other to just talk and discuss. We didn't have a precise goal. And we like to see each other outside, going on walks. And often we would see each other with other friends as well. And often we wouldn't have a specific goal or activities to do.
Did you go to parties with Theo?
Est-ce que vous alliez à des fêtes ou des soirées avec Théo?
J'ai passé 2 soirées avec lui au total.
I had 2 nights out with him in total.
Did you go to bars or nightclubs with Theo?
Est-ce que vous êtes allé à des bars ou des clubs de nuit avec Théo?
Oui, on avait organisé une fête surprise avant qu'il parte dans un bar. Et je pense que j'ai été une autre fois avec lui à une fête de jeunes.
Yes, so we had a surprise party for him before he left at a bar. And I had one more party with him with young people.
How long had you known Theo by the time he left to go to Australia?
Depuis combien de temps est-ce que vous connaissiez Théo jusqu'au moment où il est parti en Australie?
Il m'a un peu connue avant que je le connaisse, parce que depuis notre naissance, nos parents étaient déjà amis, et donc dès ce moment-là, on s'est connus.
We've known each other before we actually met. Our parents were friends even since our birth.
Theo left in 2018 to go travelling in Australia.
Donc Théo est parti en 2018 pour visiter l'Australie.
Oui.
And you remained in contact with Theo regularly when he was travelling in Australia.
Et vous êtes resté en contact régulier avec Théo lorsqu'il voyageait en Australie?
Oui, on parlait via Messenger principalement. Il m'a envoyé quelques snaps aussi, donc sur Snapchat. Et on reste en contact le plus possible. Il est aussi resté en contact avec mes parents et mes frères et sœurs.
Yes, we use Messenger to stay in touch, and also he sent me some snaps on Snapchat, and we stayed in touch as much as possible, and also with the parents and siblings.
When you say Messenger, do you mean Facebook Messenger?
Quand vous dites Messenger, vous parlez de Facebook Messenger?
Oui.
Yes.
And would you have conversations with him on Snapchat as well as Messenger, or would he just send photos on Snapchat?
Et est-ce que vous aviez des conversations sur Snapchat également, ainsi que Messenger, ou juste des photos sur Snapchat?
Je pense que quand lui m'envoyait une photo, c'était pas rare que je réponde par un message, mais c'était pas notre canal de communication principal.
When he would send a photo, for example, of a park, then I might reply with a message, but it wasn't our main means of communication.
So your main means of verbal communication was on Messenger?
Donc votre mode de communication principal, c'était sur Messenger?
Oui.
Yes.
So verbal communication, that is using words.
Donc en utilisant des mots, une communication verbale.
Oui, par message et en s'appelant aussi par appel.
Yes, through messages and also through calls.
Can you tell us what Theo told you about his travels in Australia and whether he was having a good time?
Et est-ce que vous pourriez nous parler de ce que Théo vous a dit à propos de ses voyages en Australie et s'il avait eu une bonne expérience?
Oui, bien sûr. Je parlais beaucoup avec lui parce que je comptais, moi, faire un voyage également l'année prochaine. Et donc, je lui demandais un peu comment ça se passait. Au début, il m'avait parlé du fait que l'anglais n'est pas spécialement facile, mais que comme il est dans un contexte où il n'avait pas le choix, il était obligé de parler, il le ferait et donc il progressait très rapidement en anglais. Il m'avait aussi dit qu'il avait travaillé à un moment, je me rappelle pas exactement, mais c'était quelque chose par rapport au tennis et qu'il avait bien aimé faire ce job. Et la dernière fois qu'on s'est appelé, on a parlé du fait qu'il avait assez travaillé, qu'il avait récolté assez d'argent que pour maintenant pouvoir principalement se concentrer sur le fait de profiter, de faire du tourisme avant de rentrer en Belgique.
Yes, we often talked a lot about this because I was considering about traveling also the following year. And he said that English wasn't easy, but he was in a context where, you have to talk. So he made a lot of progress. He also talked about work, and I'm not quite sure I remember exactly, but it was about tennis and that he liked that job. And the last time we talked, he said that he had worked enough, he had saved enough money, and now he could focus on enjoying and doing all the touristy things before he would go back home to Belgium.
Did he tell you that he had had some of the best moments of his life in Australia?
Est-ce qu'il vous a dit qu'il avait eu certains des meilleurs moments de sa vie en Australie?
Oui, et qu'il aimait beaucoup ce pays, de voir autant de... Enfin, il a vraiment beaucoup apprécié tous les aspects de son voyage, j'en suis vraiment certaine.
Yes, he really liked the country and to see so many, and also he liked all the parts.
I'll ask you some questions about Theo as a person and what he liked. Could you tell us about whether Theo liked nature and to be in the natural environment?
Donc à présent, je vais vous poser des questions sur Theo en tant que personne et ce qu'il aimait faire. Est-ce qu'il aimait la nature et être dans un environnement naturel?
Oui, vraiment, c'est clair. Il aimait être à l'extérieur, il avait besoin d'air, il avait besoin de tout ça. Et par exemple, quand il me parlait de l'Australie, il me disait c'est génial, il y a plein d'animaux en liberté. Je sais qu'il a travaillé le plus possible dans des endroits qui étaient pleins de nature, etc., parce que c'était important pour lui. Et je pense que ça le faisait se sentir bien.
Yes, he really liked being in the outdoors and having fresh air and all that. For example, when we talked about Australia, he said that he really liked the way that there were a lot of wild animals outside, and he worked mostly in places where he was close to nature because that was important to him, and I think it made him feel good.
Did he tell you about any leisure activities that he had done on his travels in Australia in the outdoors?
Est-ce qu'il vous a parlé d'activités de loisirs qu'il avait fait en Australie pendant ses voyages, notamment à l'extérieur?
J'ai pas dans la conversation écrite et j'en ai pas le souvenir par appel.
I haven't got any written conversation about it, and I don't remember through the calls.
When Theo sent you photos on Snapchat, do you remember in particular whether any of those photos were taken at night time or in the outdoors?
Donc, lorsque Theo vous envoyait des photos sur Snapchat, est-ce que vous vous rappelez s'il vous a envoyé des photos qui étaient prises de nuit ou des photos prises à l'extérieur?
Je me rappelle que le Snapchat que j'ai reçu de sa part, c'était un Snapchat justement pris dans la nuit et dans mon souvenir, c'est un peu la photo d'une ville animée pendant la nuit, je ne saurais pas dire quelle ville. Et sinon, je pense qu'il faisait beaucoup de Snapchats d'extérieur, mais pas spécialement pendant la nuit.
I remember that he sent a Snapchat to me at night. It was a photo of a city that was animated at night. But he sent many about, the outdoors, but not especially some at night.
When you would hear from Theo on Facebook or Snapchat, was it more often when it was the morning in Belgium, or more often when it was night time in Belgium, or was there no pattern?
Donc, lorsque vous aviez des nouvelles de Theo, soit par Snapchat ou soit par Facebook, est-ce que c'était plutôt le matin que vous les receviez en Belgique ou la nuit, ou est-ce qu'il n'y avait pas forcément d'habitude?
Il y avait vraiment pas spécialement d'habitude et c'était souvent des conversations qui prenaient longtemps à se répondre parce que avec le décalage horaire, forcément, on commençait une conversation et elle pouvait durer 2-3 jours, alors que si on avait été sur le même fuseau horaire, elle aurait duré quelques heures.
There was really no pattern. Often we'd have conversations that take a long time to answer because of the time difference. And so often we'd have conversations that lasted about 2 to 3 days. But if we had been in the same time zone, then it would have taken just a few hours.
And would Theo respond to your messages very promptly when you saw that they were delivered on Facebook and he had read them, or would it take him sometimes longer to respond?
Donc, est-ce que Theo vous répondait généralement assez rapidement lorsque vous avez envoyé un message sur Facebook et qu'il l'avait lu, ou est-ce que ça prenait plus de temps?
J'ai le souvenir que quand on était tous les deux en Belgique, c'était très rapide comme conversation et que le message était reçu, on pouvait y répondre directement. Après, je serais moins capable de le dire pour l'Australie et d'imaginer ça. Je ne me rappelle plus.
I remember that when we were both in Belgium, it was very fast. The message would be received and then there would be a very quick response. But in Australia, I can't really imagine, I can't really remember.
Okay. Was Theo a fit person? Did he play lots of sports?
Est-ce que Theo était quelqu'un qui était en bonne forme? Est-ce qu'il faisait beaucoup de sport?
Oui, c'était quelqu'un de très athlétique et qui était, il était assez fort. Je me rappelle que avant de partir, il avait commencé à faire du rugby, par exemple, et que c'était du genre à aller faire des balades, etc. et à aimer faire à peu près n'importe quel type de sport et à être assez bon dans chacun de ces différents domaines.
Yes, he was a very fit person. I remember he was quite strong. I remember that he had started playing rugby before he left. And he liked doing walks, he liked doing any kind of sports, and he was really good in all of them.
Mm-hmm. Can you tell us a bit more about the walks that Theo would like to go on that you have knowledge of?
Est-ce que vous pourriez nous parler un petit peu plus de ces promenades, des marches que Theo aimait faire, de ce que vous savez?
Je dirais que, par exemple, si un moyen de transport mettrait trop de temps à arriver, il n'hésiterait pas à penser à la possibilité de faire le trajet à pied, que ça ne le dérangerait pas. Et je pense aussi qu'il aimait bien simplement aller se promener. Et ça, j'ai pas plus de détails, mais j'ai déjà, moi, fait des promenades assez longues avec lui quand on était dans des endroits avec beaucoup de nature. Et ça lui plaisait.
For example, I remember that if means of transportation would take too long, then he'd say it's better to walk it. It wouldn't bother him. And when, he liked to go walking, like I don't have specific details, but sometimes we'd walk for a long time, especially if there was a lot of nature, and that, he liked that.
Do you have any knowledge of Theo going for walks at night?
Est-ce que vous avez connaissance de marches que Théo aimait faire la nuit?
Non.
No.
Do you remember at all whether Theo, if he went out at night to a bar, would walk from the bus station back to his house?
Et est-ce que vous vous rappelez si Théo, s'il passait donc une soirée dans un bar, il serait rentré à pied de l'arrêt de bus jusqu'à la maison?
Alors en fait, Théo, il habitait quand même dans un endroit assez éloigné du centre de Bruxelles où je pourrais dire que la majorité des fêtes dans les bars se passaient. Donc je dirais que il n'en avait pas spécialement l'occasion, que ça aurait été trop long de rentrer à pied. Et j'ai pas connaissance du fait qu'il soit rentré aussi loin à pied le soir.
Theo lived quite far from the centre of Brussels, so when we had parties, he wouldn't necessarily have the opportunity to walk home. And I have no knowledge of him going for a walk that long at night.
Was Theo a confident person in the sense that he would feel comfortable walking alone at night time, to the best of your knowledge?
Est-ce que Théo était une personne confiante, notamment qu'il se sentait à l'aise de marcher seul la nuit, d'après ce que vous savez?
Je dirais que oui.
I would say yes.
Okay. And could you tell us, was Theo good at finding his way or navigating when he was walking?
Et est-ce que vous pourriez nous dire si Théo arrivait généralement à trouver son chemin facilement?
Oui, c'est si on allait visiter enfin, je peux vous donner un exemple. On avait été à Gand tous les deux, qui est une ville en Belgique, et on avait décidé de ne pas utiliser Google Maps du tout pour s'y repérer, alors qu'on ne connaissait pas la ville. Et tout de suite, il a compris comment fonctionnaient les rues, etc. Et on a trouvé tout ce qu'on voulait visiter. Et puis on a retrouvé notre chemin jusqu'à la gare dans l'autre sens, sans avoir une seule fois utilisé Google Maps, par exemple. Et je sais qu'il était aussi tout à fait capable d'utiliser ce service et de s'orienter.
If we went to visit, or I'll give you an example. So we went to visit Caen, a Belgian city, and we decided not to use Google Maps at all, and we didn't know the city. And after a while, we recognized the streets. We found everything that we wanted to visit. We found the way back to the train station, and we didn't use Google Maps. But he also knew how to use it when needed, that service.
Thank you. And then moving on to other aspects about Theo, could I ask, and I think you've told us that Theo didn't like violence and he was not a person that would get into an aggressive confrontation with anyone.
Donc maintenant, si on parle d'autres aspects de Théo, donc vous avez dit que Théo n'aimait pas la violence et qu'il n'entrerait pas dans des confrontations agressives.
Je pense en effet qu'il n'entrerait pas dans des confrontations agressives, mais je pense aussi que si quelqu'un le confrontait, il ne se laisserait pas faire. C'était pas de son genre.
He wouldn't go into an aggressive confrontation, but if somebody confronted him, then he wouldn't be the kind to just let it go. It wasn't his style.
Did Theo, to the best of your knowledge, ever use any drugs?
Est-ce que Théo, d'après ce que vous savez, utilisait des stupéfiants?
Je voudrais juste rajouter une précision sur la question précédente. C'est bien si quelqu'un le confronte physiquement que je l'imagine répondre lui aussi physiquement et pas si quelqu'un le confronte simplement verbalement. Et par rapport à la question que vous venez de poser, je sais que il pouvait fumer de l'herbe, ça pouvait lui arriver, je l'ai déjà vu le faire, mais c'était pas en grande quantité et c'était un peu comme une consommation, je dirais, non régulière et en soirée.
So I just wanted to add something to the previous question. So I wanted to precise that it's if somebody was confronting him physically, then he would, but not if it was a verbal confrontation. And to respond to your second question, I've seen him smoke like marijuana, but not much. And like, you know, it wasn't on a regular basis.
Is it the case that, in your opinion, Theo was a person who liked to remain in control of himself and didn't like getting out of control either because of alcohol or any other substance?
Donc, d'après votre opinion, donc est-ce que Théo, c'était quelqu'un qui aimait rester en contrôle de soi-même, donc pas quelqu'un qui aimait être hors de contrôle à cause de l'alcool ou d'autres substances?
J'en suis vraiment certaine et je l'ai même déjà entendu me prononcer ces mots du fait que pour lui, l'alcool était quelque chose qu'il craignait parce qu'il n'aimait pas se sentir en dehors de ses capacités. Je l'ai entendu dire ces mots déjà.
Yeah, I'm absolutely certain. I've heard him say those words. Alcohol was something that he feared because he didn't want to feel like he was out of control. So yeah, I heard him say those words.
And did you ever witness Theo being in any way out of control because of alcohol or any drugs?
Et est-ce que vous avez déjà été témoin du fait de voir Théo qui soit hors de contrôle à cause de l'alcool ou de stupéfiants?
Non.
No.
Did Theo ever drink so much that he would not come home after a night out?
Est-ce que Théo a déjà bu à un point où il n'est pas rentré à la maison après une soirée?
Je ne sais pas.
I don't know.
Would Theo ever become out of control because of alcohol or drugs that he would get lost?
Est-ce que Théo aurait été hors de contrôle à cause d'alcool ou de stupéfiants et il se serait perdu?
Je n'ai pas eu écho d'histoire de ce genre.
I haven't heard anything of stories like that.
To your knowledge, did Theo ever drink so much that he would simply fall asleep or pass out somewhere?
D'après ce que vous savez, est-ce que Théo aurait bu à un point où il se serait endormi ou évanoui quelque part?
Pas à ma connaissance.
Not that I know of.
Thank you. I want to now ask you some questions about the Facebook messages that you sent to and received from Theo around the 31st of May 2019, and I'm going to put some images on the screen when I do so.
Donc à présent, je vais vous poser des questions à propos des messages Facebook que vous avez reçus et envoyés avec Théo la nuit du 31 mai 2019 et je vais à présent mettre des images sur l'écran et quand je vous poserai ces questions.
Can you see those images?
Est-ce que vous pouvez voir ces images?
Oui,
Yes.
Do you recognize that as a screenshot that you took from your telephone from your Facebook Messenger account?
Est-ce que vous reconnaissez cette image comme étant une capture d'écran prise de votre téléphone de Facebook Messenger?
oui.
Yes.
Do you remember when it was that you took that screenshot?
Est-ce que vous vous rappelez quand est-ce que vous avez pris cette capture d'écran?
J'ai pris cette capture d'écran le lendemain du jour où j'ai appris sa disparition.
I took this screenshot the next day after I learned about his disappearance.
And what day did you learn about his disappearance?
Et donc, quel jour est-ce que vous avez appris sa disparition?
C'est le jour où Lisa a posté l'avis sur Facebook.
That's when Lisa posted a poster on Facebook.
On the top of that image, in the orange band at the top of the screen, there's a picture of someone and then the name D Cowboy. Can you tell us, is that Theo?
Donc, en haut de l'écran, donc sur la bande orange en haut de l'écran, on voit une photo de quelqu'un et puis le nom à côté de Cowboy. Est-ce que c'est Theo?
Oui, c'est lui.
Yes, that's him.
And was that the name that he gave himself on Facebook, or was that the name that you gave this conversation?
Est-ce que c'était le nom qu'il se donnait sur Facebook ou est-ce que c'est le nom que vous avez donné à la conversation?
C'est la manière dont je l'avais renommé sur notre conversation Messenger.
That's the way that I renamed him on our Facebook Messenger conversation.
And you'll see that there are some dates and times near the messages.
Et donc vous pouvez voir qu'il y a des dates et des heures près des messages.
Oui, j'arrive à les lire.
Yes, I can read them.
And are those dates and times the times that were on your phone screen, meaning that they were local Belgian time?
Et donc est-ce que les heures et les dates qui sont notées sont celles qui étaient donc sur l'écran de votre téléphone et donc c'est l'heure de Belgique?
Oui, c'est ça.
Yes, that's it.
In the first message, there's a picture of an Instagram post, and underneath, did you write to Theo, are you going to still stay in Australia to see this?
Donc sur le premier message, on voit qu'il y a un post d'Instagram, une photo d'un post Instagram, et en dessous, vous avez envoyé un message à Théo qui dit « Tu restes pas encore un peu en Australie pour voir ça ?»
Oui, c'est ça, parce qu'on partageait tous les deux, on aimait bien YouTube, et donc quand j'ai vu qu'il passait en Australie, j'ai voulu lui faire la blague de lui demander s'il restait pour voir ça, mais je savais déjà qu'il allait rentrer avant.
Yes, we shared a lot, and I saw that they were coming to Australia, and as a joke, I asked him if he was going to stay for that, but I knew that he was going back to Belgium.
Did Theo like you too?
Est-ce que Théo aimait YouTube?
Oui,
Yes.
And you sent that message at 7:44 a.m. on the 31st of May 2019 in Belgian time.
Et donc vous avez envoyé ce message à 7h44 du matin, le 31 mai 2019, heure de Belgique?
oui.
Yes.
And just for your honour's benefit, I understand that that is at 3:44 p.m. In Australian time.
Thank you.
And then the next message is a reply from Theo on the 31st of May at 8:05 Belgian time. And does it say, oh damn, And then tu sais quand est-ce ce qu'il passe? Maybe we'll get that translated.
Et donc, dans le message suivant, donc qui était une réponse de Théo le 31 mai 2019 à 8h05 heure de Belgique, où il répond donc oh damn, tu sais quand est-ce qu'il passe où?
Ah oui, c'est ça.
Yeah, that's it.
And does that mean, oh, maybe we can sort that out later, not with the witness. Was that Theo asking you when you two were going to be playing?
Et est-ce que c'était Théo qui vous demandait quand est-ce que you two allez jouer?
Oui, enfin, il me demandait quand et où.
Yeah, he was asking when and where.
Perhaps we could get the direct translation of the message under "Oh damn."
I'm just going to let the witness know.
Thank you.
Donc, je vais juste traduire le message vers l'anglais pour le tribunal.
Ok, oui, oui.
Do you know when they're coming? Where?
Okay. And for your honour's benefit, I understand that was at 4:05 p.m. Local time in Byron Bay.
Thank you.
And then you respond to Theo at 6:33 p.m. Local time in Belgium with I missed one. So you responded to Theo at 12:38 p.m. on the 31st of May, Belgian time, with a message about the date being in September.
Et donc, vous avez répondu à Théo donc avec un message à 12h38 heure de Belgique en disant que la date était en septembre.
C'est ça, et que j'étais pas sûre exactement.
Yes, that's it, and that I wasn't sure exactly.
And just for the benefit of the record, would you be able to translate that message at 12:38?
Donc, je vais juste interpréter le message également.
Oui.
No, haha, but it's like September or what?
Thank you. And then, did Theo respond to you about 4 hours later with a message at 16:20 hours Belgian time?
Et donc, est-ce que Théo vous a répondu 4 heures plus tard à 16h20 heure de Belgique?
Oui.
Yes.
And again, for the benefit of the record, would you be able to translate that message en septembre ou quoi?
Donc, je vais à nouveau interpréter le message. Well, in September or what?
Thank you. You'll see then after that message about September that there are 3 messages that you sent to Theo at 18:33 hours Belgian time on the 31st of May.
Et donc ensuite, vous voyez qu'il y a 3 messages que vous avez répondu à Théo à 18h33 heure de Belgique.
Oui, j'ai juste 2 petites remarques. La slide qui est affichée, en tout cas sur mon écran, n'est pas la bonne. Et aussi, je trouve ça un peu parfois compliqué quand les questions sont claires. Pour l'instant, je comprends bien ce qui est répondu en anglais et le fait que vous soyez en train de traduire à chaque fois, ça me ralentit un peu dans... Enfin, j'ai peur d'oublier ce que j'ai envie de dire. Et je pense que je serais capable de continuer en anglais.
Yes, but I'm noting that the slide that I'm seeing is not the right one on the screen. And also when I'm being asked the questions, because I understand the questions in English, and then it's being interpreted, and so that makes it a bit slower. And so I'm afraid I'm going to forget what I want to say. So maybe I could answer in English.
I'm content for
Yes.
that, Your Honour, if Your Honour is.
Certainly.
Can I please just make a note to the court? The reason why, as interpreters, we ask for this to happen all through the interpreter is because otherwise the family won't understand what is being said. And so it might actually make it slow because with every question and answer, then that means my colleague has to do it simultaneously, but she won't know whether or not I need to interpret or she needs to do it. So I don't know how the court wants to proceed with that.
Perhaps if the witness answers in English, would you be able to, we'll give you time to interpret in French from the witness box for the benefit of the family?
Yes, if that's suitable, I can do that.
Thank you. Thank you. Maybe just explain to
Donc, je vous explique juste rapidement après votre requête. Donc, ce qui va se passer, vous pouvez répondre directement en anglais si vous le souhaitez, mais après, je vais interpréter pour la famille en français la réponse, la question, et puis ensuite, on pourra continuer en anglais.
D'accord, merci beaucoup.
Okay, thank you very much.
Lou, on the screen now, can you see a different slide where it's a screenshot and there are 3 orange messages from you at the bottom of the screen?
Yes, I can see that.
Okay. So Theo sent you... Oh, sorry. That's right.
Donc, est-ce que vous voyez sur l'écran maintenant une diapositive différente qui est donc une capture d'écran avec 3 messages en orange? Oui.
Thank you. And they are 3 messages that you sent to Theo at 18:33 hours Belgian time on the 31st of May 2019.
Yes, and he didn't get these messages.
Et donc, est-ce que vous avez envoyé ces 3 messages à 18h33 heure de Belgique le 31 mai 2019? Oui, et il ne les a pas reçus.
And do you say that he didn't get those messages because of the signs with the tick next to each of those 3 messages?
Yes, and now I can see his picture because someone opened his Facebook account. I think it was the police, but I'm not sure. So now it's not the same as we can see it here on the screenshot.
Donc, quand vous dites que qu'il ne les a pas reçus, est-ce que c'est à cause du petit signe à côté avec le tic, à côté des 3 messages? Oui et non. On peut voir la photo. Je pense que c'est peut-être avec la police parce que maintenant, ce n'est pas la même chose que moi j'avais auparavant.
Can you see a different slide on the screen now?
Yes, yes.
Donc, est-ce que vous pouvez voir maintenant une diapositive différente à l'écran? Oui, oui.
And is this an extract of something from Facebook showing the meaning of the different signs that appear in chat conversations?
Yes.
Et donc, à présent, vous pouvez voir donc, un extrait qui vient de Facebook qui explique la signification des différents signes qu'on voit dans les messageries. Oui.
And based on your understanding of that, you say that the messages that you sent to Theo at 18:33 on the 31st of May were sent but not delivered or read by Theo.
Yes, so I think that he didn't have any Wi-Fi connection at that point.
Donc, d'après ce que vous comprenez, donc les messages que vous avez envoyés à Theo à 18h33 le 31 mai ont été envoyés mais n'ont pas été reçus ou lus. Oui, je pense qu'il n'avait pas de Wi-Fi à ce moment-là.
And for your honour's benefit, that's 6:33 p.m. on the 31st of May in Belgian time, which is 2:33 a.m. on the 1st of June, Byron Bay time.
Can we just go back to Theo's message at 16:20 Belgian time?
Yes, so
What time?
That is 20 past midnight on the 1st of June 2019. Byron time. Can I...
I'm happy for that to be interpreted
Oh, sorry.
family. If you don't.
Donc, juste pour que le tribunal sache l'équivalence horaire, donc le message de 18h33, c'était à 2h33 du matin, le 1er juin à Byron Bay, et le message précédent était arrivé à minuit 20.
Looking at the message that Theo sent you about asking if it was in September, is there anything strange or unusual that you can detect in the language of that message?
No, and I would even say that there is something that is usual. It's the ba in the beginning of the message. Not everyone writes the ba, and he would do it, and so that's why, in my opinion, it would be surprising that someone who doesn't speak French sent that message.
Mr. Harrington, we might get that screen down so we can see.
Sorry, yes, Your Honour. Thank you.
Thank you.
Donc, par rapport au message qui a été envoyé, que Théo a envoyé par rapport au fait que ce soit en septembre, est-ce que vous avez remarqué quelque chose d'étrange au niveau du langage qu'il a utilisé? Non, c'était ce qu'il faisait d'habitude. Il utilisait le bas. Et il n'y a pas tout le monde qui utilise ça, donc je sais que lui, il le faisait. Et donc, d'après moi, je pense que ce n'est pas quelque chose que quelqu'un qui ne parle pas français aurait utilisé.
Is bar, the use of bar, unique to Belgian French, or was it unique to Theo in any other way?
It wasn't unique to Theo. I could also use it. Some of my friends could use it. I just don't think it's something that adults would use because it's that slang, but it's I don't really know how to express it, but not everyone uses that word.
Donc, est-ce que bas, c'était quelque chose qui était unique, que seulement le français belge utilisait, ou est-ce que c'était particulier pour Théo d'utiliser ça? Non, c'était pas particulier. Moi, je pouvais l'utiliser, mes amis aussi, mais je ne pense pas que des adultes auraient utilisé ça. Ce n'est pas vraiment de l'argot, ou très familier, mais c'est juste comment je pourrais l'exprimer. Je ne pense pas que tout le monde utiliserait ça.
So your evidence is that it's something that a young person might say.
Yes, a French-speaking young person.
Donc, ce que vous dites dans votre témoignage, c'est que c'est ce que dirait une jeune personne, une personne francophone.
Is there anything about the September message that looks to you... sorry, I withdraw that. Is there anything about the September message that's shorter than the type of message Theo would usually send to you, or would he sometimes send you short little replies like that normally?
He would sometimes reply like that. It doesn't surprise me.
Donc, par rapport au message sur le mois de septembre, est-ce que c'était un message qui était plus court que ce qu'il utiliserait normalement, ou est-ce que c'était habituel d'envoyer ces messages assez courts? Parfois, il allait l'utiliser, donc ça ne me surprend pas.
Is there anything about the spelling or the grammar of the message that's incorrect?
No, it's all correct.
Donc, y a-t-il quelque chose par rapport à l'orthographe ou à la grammaire du message qui est incorrect? Non, tout est correct.
Is there anything about the tone of the message that's unusual in terms of the messages that Theo would write to you?
No, it's his usual one.
Est-ce qu'il y avait quelque chose à propos du ton du message qui était inhabituel par rapport à ce que Théo vous envoyait? Non, c'était habituel.
are you familiar with a program called Burger Quiz?
Yes, I know what it is.
Is Burger Quiz a Belgian television show?
I think it's French, but yes.
Have you ever watched Burger Quiz? Oh, sorry, I forget that. Sorry.
Donc, est-ce que vous connaissez un programme qui s'appelle Burger Quiz? Oui, je le connais. Est-ce que c'est une émission belge? Non, je crois que c'est français.
Was it a program that Theo liked to watch?
Yes, and we had spoken about it before because it's a quite funny program.
Est-ce que c'était une émission que Théo aimait regarder? Oui, on en a déjà parlé parce que c'était une émission assez drôle.
And you've watched Burger Quiz as well?
Yes.
Et donc, vous aviez déjà regardé Burger Quiz? Oui.
Did Theo ever tell you that he liked to catch up watching Burger Quiz in Australia because he wasn't seeing it on Belgian TV?
No, I don't think he would watch it on Belgian TV. I think he would just watch it on YouTube. So even in Belgium, he would just watch it on YouTube.
Okay. Did you ever see Theo watching Burger Quiz on YouTube when you were in Belgium?
No. But I know he would do it.
Sorry, I'll break there.
Donc, est-ce que Théo vous a déjà parlé du fait de regarder cette émission en Australie parce qu'il ne pouvait pas la voir à la télévision belge? Non, il ne regardait pas ça à la télévision belge, il le regardait juste sur YouTube. Et même en Belgique, il regardait ça sur YouTube. Et est-ce que vous avez déjà vu Théo regarder l'émission Burger Quiz sur YouTube? Non, mais je sais qu'il le faisait.
Okay. In the messages that you had with Theo on Facebook that we've put on the screen, I assume that none of those messages gave you any reason to be concerned about where Theo was or what was happening at that time?
No, I didn't realize what time it was in Australia at that time because just I wasn't aware of the time change, and so I didn't ask him, and it wasn't really like we would more speak about things in general and not about the things he was doing at the moment we were speaking.
Et donc, par rapport au message que vous avez échangé avec Théo, qu'on voyait sur l'écran sur Facebook, il n'y en a aucun qui vous a donné des inquiétudes particulières sur là où Théo se trouvait ou ce qu'il se passait? Non, je ne réalisais pas forcément l'heure qu'il était en Australie. Je ne savais pas vraiment la différence, le décalage horaire. Et puis, on parlait de choses générales, des choses qu'il faisait à ce moment-là.
So, at the time that you received the message about September, you weren't worried about Theo in any way?
No.
Donc, au moment où vous avez reçu le message de Théo à propos de septembre, donc vous n'étiez pas inquiète dans n'importe quel cas? Non.
Would Theo sometimes send you a message when he was in the middle of doing something in Australia, like going out to a party or going to see something in particular on a walk?
No, I've checked the usual hours where he would message me, and it wasn't really at night, so I don't think so.
Donc, est-ce que Théo vous envoyait des messages lorsqu'il faisait des choses en Australie, notamment lorsqu'il allait à une fête ou lorsqu'il se promenait, vous parlez de ce qu'il voyait? J'ai vérifié les messages habituels, mais non, il n'y en a pas beaucoup de nuit.
But did he send you messages when he was in Australia saying, I am out doing this at the moment, or describe what he was doing at the time?
No, we would more speak about like, maybe something he did 2 days ago or what he was doing.
Thank you.
Donc, est-ce qu'il vous envoyait des messages lorsqu'il était en Australie en vous disant voilà, je suis sorti, je fais ça, ou vous décrivant ce qu'il faisait? Non, généralement, on parlait des choses qu'il avait fait 2 jours avant, par exemple.
Lou, we know that Theo was asked to leave a bar in Byron Bay and then appears to have walked for about 50 minutes until he was walking along a beach. And I know that you know lots about this case. Is there anything that you'd like to tell the coroner that might help us to understand what has happened based on your knowledge of Theo?
Yes, so the first thing I want to say, if I want to do it like with the way he did it, maybe he didn't insist to go back or to prove that he wasn't drunk at the Cheeky Monkey Bar, because just it was maybe a question of honor, like he was put out and he didn't want to state to the people he was with. That doesn't really surprise me. I think he was he would feel a little bit maybe it wasn't great for him, so he wouldn't talk to the others. And then I know that when he do all the path, at a certain point he loses his cap. That surprised me because he was a very materialistic person. So when he would buy something, it would mean something to him, and he was very precautious with everything he had. So I'm surprised that the cap just fell and he didn't take the time to just take it back. And then he was a fast walker, but he wasn't especially a runner, so I know at a certain point his speed is quite high, so that I think that's maybe a little bit weird. And then the last point is that I think he answers to my messages because it looks like him, but it could also be, I don't know, anybody else, as I said, French speaking and quite young. But the fact that he watched maybe 30 seconds of the burger quiz episode, that surprised me because, okay, it's funny, but it's not something you would watch when you don't have a lot of battery left just at the beach. It's surprising. I don't know. I just, maybe he was showing it to somebody else, or maybe he was just picking at it but not wanting to look at it, and he was just like an error. I don't know, but I can't believe that he was just like, oh, there's a new episode, let's watch it now. That it's normal.
Donc, vous savez que on a demandé à Théo de quitter le bar à Byron Bay et il semble qu'il ait marché environ 50 minutes jusqu'à ce qu'il soit arrivé le long de la plage. Et je sais que vous savez beaucoup à propos de ce cas. Est-ce qu'il y a quoi que ce soit que vous pouvez dire à la coroner afin de nous aider à comprendre ce qu'il s'est passé d'après ce que vous savez? Donc, je sais que il n'a pas insisté pour retourner, même s'il n'était pas même s'il n'était pas ivre au Cheeky Monkeys, peut-être que c'était parce qu'il avait un certain honneur. Il sortait, il ne voulait pas montrer aux personnes qui étaient avec lui qu'il avait été rejeté. Peut-être parce que voilà, il ne voulait pas en parler aux autres. Et puis, ce qui m'a surpris aussi, c'est que quand il s'est promené, qu'il a perdu sa casquette, j'étais très surprise parce que c'était quelqu'un qui était matérialiste dans le sens où ce qu'il achetait, ça avait du sens pour lui, c'était important, donc il faisait attention avec toutes ses affaires. Donc ça me surprend que sa casquette soit tombée et qu'il n'ait pas pris le temps de la récupérer. Et aussi, je sais qu'il marchait assez vite, mais ce n'était pas quelqu'un qui courait. Donc quand on voit sur les cartes que la vitesse de marche est très rapide, j'ai trouvé ça un peu étrange. Et dernièrement, donc les messages, je pense qu'il a répondu à mes messages, mais ça pourrait être n'importe qui parle français. Aussi, le fait qu'il ait regardé ces 30 secondes de l'émission Burger Quiz, ça m'a surpris parce que c'était pas quelque chose que normalement on va s'asseoir, on va aller à la plage et puis commencer à regarder. Donc ça m'a surprise. Peut-être qu'il montrait ça à quelqu'un d'autre, mais je ne peux pas croire qu'il se soit dit, il y a un nouvel épisode, allez, on va le regarder comme ça.
Well done.
Lou, in Belgium, is it common for there to be security guards at bars or clubs?
No, I was very surprised that it was something common in Australia, actually.
And is it common in Belgium for someone to be asked to leave a nightclub or a bar?
I think you are asked to leave something if you having showing violence or bad attitude, but not if you are just drunk.
Donc en Belgique, est-ce qu'il est commun de voir des agents de sécurité près des bars ou des clubs? Ça m'a surprise que ce soit quelque chose de commun en Australie. Et est-ce que c'est commun en Belgique qu'on demande à quelqu'un de quitter un club ou un bar? On ne demande à quelqu'un de quitter un bar que s'il montre de la violence ou un mauvais comportement, pas simplement s'ils sont ivres.
And I take it in Belgium, it's not very often that people are violent in a bar and they're asked to leave. That doesn't happen all the time, is that right?
Yes, especially in bars when there are a lot of young people, so the bars where we would go.
Do you think that... Oh, sorry, I'll let you translate.
Et donc en Belgique, d'après ce que j'ai compris, donc ce n'est pas très souvent que lorsque quelqu'un est un peu violent dans un bar, on lui demande de le quitter. En tout cas, ce n'est pas tout le temps. Oui, particulièrement dans des bars où il y a des jeunes.
Do you think it would have been a surprising and unfamiliar situation for Theo to be asked to leave a bar when he hadn't done anything violent?
Yes, I think, but also I don't know if he knew about this practice because he had spent some time in Australia, and I don't know if it's something that's in the whole country, but if he didn't know that before, yes, he probably was surprised.
Okay. And just, going back to... Sorry, I'll let you translate. How about that?
Et donc, est-ce que vous pensez que c'était une situation qui était surprenante et pas habituelle pour Théo, le fait qu'on lui demande de partir du bar alors qu'il n'avait rien fait de violent? Je ne sais pas s'il connaissait cette pratique, vu qu'il avait passé du temps en Australie, mais s'il ne connaissait pas, alors oui, il aurait été surpris.
Just one more thing, which I forgot to ask you, Lou. Did you ever see Theo dancing when you went out to parties or to a bar with him?
Yes, he wasn't the best dancer, but he danced.
Donc, juste une autre chose, est-ce que vous avez déjà vu Théo danser lorsque vous étiez sortis à une soirée ou dans un bar? Oui, c'était pas le meilleur danseur, mais oui, il dansait.
Thank you very much, Lou. Those are my questions. There are two more lawyers here. One is a lawyer for Theo's family, and the other is a lawyer for the New South Wales Police, and they might have some questions for you.
Okay.
Donc merci pour ces questions. Donc il va y avoir 2 avocats de plus, donc l'un pour la famille de Théo et l'un qui représente la police de Nouvelle-Galles du Sud qui pourrait avoir des questions.
I'm just wondering if people need a little break. 10-minute break.
Est-ce qu'on a besoin d'une pause? 10 minutes?
And you might need a break, Madam Interpreter. I think, yeah.
We can maybe finish with Lou so that she can go to bed.
Yes. I'll just. Good point.
Thank you, Eleanor.
Are you okay to continue?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. All right. We'll continue. Thanks. Thank you, Lou. I'm sorry it's so late.
I have no questions, Your
No
Honour.
questions. Thank you. Yes,
Your Honour.
Mr. Evenden.
I'll stay seated if that's
Yes.
okay, Your Honour. Lou, I'm asking questions for the family. You said earlier that you thought Theo would be confident to walk at night. When you said that, do you mean walking at night in Brussels?
No, I mean, yes, in Brussels too, but I could imagine him just walking at night in the context that of his disappearance. I could imagine him walking at night, yes.
And being confident to walk in streets at night in Australia?
There is a word I didn't understand, so maybe can the translate.
Sorry.
D'abord, je vais interpréter la question précédente et je vais revenir. I'm just going to interpret the previous one and come back to it.
Thank you.
Donc, à présent, je vais poser des questions pour la famille. Donc, vous avez mentionné plutôt que Théo était plutôt confiant pour se promener la nuit. Est-ce que vous parliez de Bruxelles? Non, oui, enfin à Bruxelles aussi, mais je peux imaginer qu'il ait marché la nuit dans le contexte de sa disparition, oui. Et donc, est-ce que il était confiant, vous pensez, de marcher la nuit dans les rues en Australie?
So I don't know because if I understand it good, he wasn't in Byron Bay since a long time. So I would say yes, maybe he was confident to walk at night in the street. Maybe more than somebody like me would, but yeah, I would say yes, he could be confident to do that.
Je ne sais pas si j'ai compris, mais enfin, il n'était pas à Byron Bay depuis très longtemps, mais je pense que oui, il serait confiant pour marcher la nuit dans les rues en Australie, peut-être plus que quelqu'un comme moi, mais oui, je dirais que oui, il pourrait être confiant.
What about walking in an Australian forest at night in the dark?
That is something I'm less sure about of if he would have done that by himself or not, because he was very smart, and so I think he was also a person who had a good analysis of his environment, so he would know that it was dangerous. And I mean, I think it is, and that's what I've heard, that the forest is not like the forest here. So I think he was aware of that, and that even if he wasn't drunk, but that if he had a few beers, he would still be aware of that. It's not the kind of thing he would forget.
Thanks so much.
Et donc, est-ce qu'il serait allé se promener dans les forêts, le bush australien qui est sombre la nuit? Je ne suis pas sûre s'il l'aurait fait. C'était quelqu'un de très intelligent et aussi il avait une bonne compréhension de son environnement. Il savait quand les choses pouvaient être dangereuses. Et j'ai entendu dire que la forêt en Australie, c'est pas la même chose qu'ici, en Belgique. Donc il était conscient de ce qu'il faisait, même quand il n'était pas ivre, même s'il avait eu quelques bières, il saurait faire la différence.
You were close friends with him, and I think you told us you'd only been out with him twice. Is that right?
I don't hear you. Well, could you maybe speak closer to him?
You were close friends with him, and I think you told us you only went out with him twice.
Yes. So I think it was probably more than twice because now I already remember other parties, but the nights we spent together, he wasn't drunk. He would have a few beers, but he had a good metabolism. I don't know, so he wouldn't seem drunk. He was still in control of what he was doing. He could, without any problem, for example, call or use an app to have a transport to go back home or things like that.
Donc, vous êtes une amie proche de Théo et vous avez dit que vous êtes sortis juste 2 fois. Oui, enfin, peut-être plus que 2 fois. Il y a eu d'autres soirées, mais quand on est sortis ensemble, il n'était pas ivre. Il avait pris quelques bières, mais il avait un bon métabolisme. Il n'avait pas l'air d'être ivre. Il était toujours, il contrôlait toujours ce qu'il faisait. Et il n'avait aucun problème pour utiliser aussi des applications pour avoir un moyen de transport pour rentrer à la maison.
You said earlier quite forcefully that alcohol was something he feared because he did not want to be out of control. How strong was that resolve of Theo's to stay in control?
100%. He really didn't want to have no control about that.
Donc vous avez dit précédemment, de manière assez forte, qu'il avait une peur de l'alcool et qu'il ne voulait pas être hors de contrôle. Cette résolution, est-ce qu'elle était forte? Oui, à 100%. Il ne voulait pas se sentir hors de contrôle.
And did that attitude or approach flow through into all aspects of his life so that it wasn't just about alcohol and going out, but it involved his daily life as well?
Can I have a translation? I'm not sure I understand.
Donc, par rapport à cette attitude, cette approche qu'il avait, est-ce que ça se rapportait aussi à tous les aspects de sa vie? Donc, ce n'était pas juste l'alcool et le fait de sortir, mais que ça dirigeait aussi ce qu'il faisait dans sa vie quotidienne?
So he wasn't a very serious person because he was smart and everything, but he was also very friendly and very funny too. So I think he was a man of values and principles. So the thing he believed in, he would really go for it and believe it at 100%. When he had an idea, he would think about this idea and analyze it, and then if for him it was good, he would really go for it, but and be frustrated if he couldn't go until the end. So yes, this attitude is also in the rest of his life, but it's not to say that he wasn't a funny person. He was also not always serious.
Donc, ce n'était pas une personne qui était juste très sérieuse. C'était quelqu'un d'intelligent, mais qui était aussi amical, drôle. Et je pense que c'était un homme qui avait des valeurs et des principes. Et ce qu'il croyait, il y croyait à 100%. Lorsqu'il avait une idée, par exemple, il y repensait, il l'analysait, et si c'était une bonne idée, alors il allait le faire. Et il était frustré s'il n'arrivait pas à le faire jusqu'au bout. Donc cette attitude, oui, elle le guidait dans sa vie, mais c'est pas pour dire qu'il n'était pas drôle.
So you're saying he was quite planned and controlled, even methodical?
yes, he wanted to control his life and he wanted to do important things. I remember him telling me that he would regret not to do anything good in his life before not being in life anymore, alive anymore. So he wanted to do things and to do them well.
Donc, est-ce que c'était quelqu'un qui planifiait, qui contrôlait les choses presque de manière méthodique? Oui, il voulait contrôler sa vie, faire des choses importantes, et il aurait regretté de ne pas faire de belles choses dans sa vie. Et oui, il voulait faire les choses bien.
Was he ever spontaneous, and if so, in what circumstances?
He was spontaneous, I would say, in his conversations, for example. He had new ideas while he was speaking, and he would share them if we had interesting subject of conversation. And I don't really have any spontaneous acts that he would do, but he wasn't also a guy that had to plan everything. He was open to surprises, and I think he was even more open to things in Australia because he wanted his trip to help him to open up. And that's also the feeling I had when I travel after. When you're not in your home country, you're always more open to the things around you. And that's something he told me about.
Donc, est-ce qu'il était parfois spontané et dans quelles circonstances? Alors, dans nos conversations, il pouvait être spontané quand il avait de nouvelles idées. Lorsque nous parlions, il aurait partagé si c'était quelque chose par lesquels on était intéressé. Je ne me rappelle pas d'actes spontanés particulièrement qu'il aurait fait. C'était quelqu'un qui devait planifier les choses, mais il était aussi ouvert aux surprises. Et il était peut-être encore plus ouvert en Australie, puisque ce voyage, c'était aussi pour l'aider à s'ouvrir. Et lorsqu'on n'est pas dans son pays d'origine, eh bien, généralement, on est plus ouvert, et c'est ce qu'il m'a dit.
And in your experience, did he do sport or exercise outdoors alone or with other people?
I don't really know.
Donc, dans votre expérience, est-ce qu'il a fait du sport ou il a fait de l'exercice à l'extérieur seul ou avec d'autres? Je ne me rappelle pas.
Was he outgoing with other people, including people he didn't know?
Can I have a translation? I didn't really hear.
I think you need to get a bit closer to the
Sorry.
microphone.
Was he outgoing with other people, including people he didn't know?
Oh, yes. As I said, he was also he was a little bit shy, I think. But once he understood that the person is nice to talk with, he would open up, and I think the opening was a little bit faster and accelerated in another country. So I'm not surprised that he went out with people he just met, because I think he wanted to have fun his last days, and he was the kind of guy who thinks that the more you are, the more fun you can have. Yeah.
All right.
Et donc, est-ce que c'était quelqu'un qui allait vers les autres, même quand il ne les connaissait pas particulièrement? J'ai dit plutôt que oui, il était un peu timide, mais lorsqu'on commençait à parler, il pouvait s'ouvrir, et généralement, il s'ouvrait un peu plus rapidement lorsqu'il était dans cet autre pays. Donc pour moi, ce n'est pas surprenant qu'il soit sorti avec des gens qu'il avait juste rencontrés. Il voulait s'amuser dans ces derniers jours, et oui, il aimait s'amuser.
My final question, was he a risk taker?
Um, I I would say that he was aware of his abilities and that he knew he was able to do some of the things that not everyone could do. But I think that this is balanced by the fact that he was always analyzing what was around him, and I think that he understands that what a danger is, and that the situation he was during that night sometimes was dangerous. From what I've understand that he has done, I was quite surprised that he took that much risk. That's why I don't really recognize him in all of the actions that he did during that night. Yes, that's it.
Et ma dernière question, est-ce que c'était quelqu'un qui prenait des risques? Je sais qu'il pouvait faire certaines choses que d'autres ne pouvaient pas faire, mais c'était équilibré par le fait qu'il était tout le temps en train d'analyser pour vérifier si c'était la bonne ou la mauvaise chose à faire. Et qu'il comprenait où est-ce que le danger était. Et par rapport à la situation de cette nuit-là, il aurait vu que c'était dangereux. Donc, d'après ce que j'ai compris, qu'on dit qu'il a fait, ça m'a surprise qu'il ait pris ces risques. Je ne le reconnaissais pas dans les actions qui ont été mentionnées. Donc, oui, c'est tout.
And also, if I may add something, he really loved his family and friends, and I think he was really he couldn't wait to see us all again. So it surprised me that at the end of his trip he's taking such risks.
Et si je peux ajouter quelque chose, il aimait vraiment sa famille et ses amis. Et donc, je pense qu'il avait vraiment hâte de tous nous revoir. Et donc, ça me surprend qu'à la fin de son voyage, il prenne de tels risques.
Thank you, Lou.
Merci.
Thank you, Anna.
Is there anything arising, Mr. Harrington?
Does Ms Palmer? I haven't
Ms. Palmer said she
no,
has no
thank you.
questions.
Nothing arising, Your Honour, only just to thank Lou for her time and assistance today on behalf of those assisting, Your Honour.
And I too would like to thank you, Lou, for helping us today with your evidence, and also for staying up so late. And there's the family.
Thank you very much for listening to me and everything. It was nice. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. It's been very helpful. Thank you.
Your Honour, I also ought to mention her father, who has attended many of the directions hearings and been a constant support.
Lou's father.
That's right, and who travelled out here when Theo went missing. And
What's his name?
Nicola.
Oh, thank you. All right. Well, we'll say goodbye
Thank
to
you
you,
very
Lou.
much.
Good night. Thank
Bye.
you.
Bye. Merci. Bye.
Merci. Yes.
The next witness is Tom Phillips, Your Honour. It might be best if we could have an early break now, because otherwise we'll have to interrupt his evidence.
All right. So we'll break now for half an hour. So we'll resume at 11:40.
Right, so we'll stand as far as those have readjourned. Silence, please, I'll stand. Coroners Court has resumed.
Yes,
Your Honour, the witness on screen is Thomas Phillips. He's coming to us on AVL from Port Macquarie, and he's been patiently waiting since 9:30 this morning, and I thank him for his time. I formally call Thomas Phillips.
thank you for your patience, Mr Phillips. You'll just hear from the court officer now.
Sure.
Silence, please. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Thank you, Mr Phillips. Is your full name Thomas Phillips? Phillips with two L's?
Yes.
You provided a statement to the police on the 10th of December 2019, is that right?
Yes.
At that time, you were the general manager of the Wake Up Hostel on Child Street in Byron Bay.
Yes, ma'am.
And have you had a chance to review that statement recently?
Yes. Yes, I've had a read through it again to refresh myself.
Is that a true and accurate statement to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
You also have cooperated with the Crown Solicitor's Office and the team assisting the coroner, including allowing them to view the Wake Up Hostel and showing them the areas where Theo had visited, is that right?
Yes.
You've also had meetings with the Crown Solicitor's Office and prepared a statement with the cooperation of the Crown Solicitor's Office, is that right?
Yes.
And that second statement was signed on the 2nd of October 2020, is that right?
I'm sorry, I can't recall the date, but yes.
If it's written on the statement, would that be the right date?
That would be the right date, yeah.
And is that a true and accurate statement to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
When you prepared that first statement, you were the general manager of Wake Up Hostel. At that time, how long had you held that role?
Since January 2018, so just under a year and a half.
And you're no longer in that position, is that right?
That's right.
What is your occupation at the moment?
I'm self-employed, so I do consulting.
Are you still involved with the travel industry?
Yes.
And do you still have any connection with the Wake Up Hostel?
No business relations, but yes, in contact with people who work there still.
You're friendly with them, but you don't have any commercial dependency on them. Would that be a fair way of putting it?
Yeah, that's a fair way of putting it.
So you're free to speak freely about your time there without any commercial implications. Would that be right?
Yes, that's fine. Yeah.
Mr Phillips, as at the 31st of May 2019, had you ever experienced a guest of the Wake Up Hotel going missing for a longer period of time? For example, more than a couple of days?
We would have people check out of the hotel that we kind of wouldn't hear from again when they would move on and say check out of the hospital without notifying us, but never a disappearance of that sort.
As at the 31st of May, had you ever heard about something adverse or bad happening to a guest after they left without notice? For example, I'll just give some examples: committing self-harm or having an accident or being robbed or anything of that nature?
No, I'd never heard of anything like that.
Had you ever had cause to call the police before the 31st of May in relation to a traveller who'd checked out without notice?
No.
In the second statement that you provided, you indicated that the Wake Up Hostel has had over 1 million overnight guests, and to your knowledge, Theo Hayez was the first guest to ever go missing on a long-term basis. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
If I could take you now, Mr Phillips, to the events on and after the 31st of May, you'd understand that this is an inquest into the disappearance of Theo Hayez.
Sure.
You understand that he went missing while he was a guest at the Wake Up Hostel?
Yes.
And he went missing after he'd failed to check out as expected on Monday, the 3rd of June.
Yes.
You're giving evidence today on behalf of the staff of Wake Up Hostel at that particular time. Is it the case that you don't have personal knowledge of every aspect of the events which occurred after Theo failed to check out?
Yes.
For example, you weren't the receptionist when Theo checked into the hostel, is that right?
Sorry, could you repeat that question?
You weren't the receptionist at the hostel when Theo checked in, is that correct?
No, I was the manager. I wasn't the receptionist at the time who checked him in.
And what you've done in your statements is done your best to gather all the relevant information about what happened on the 3rd of June and after for the assistance of the police, is that right?
Yes.
What I'm going to do, Mr. Phillips, is I'm going to take you through what you've said in those statements, but if there's a particular aspect of it that's something that you're recounting from another person rather than from personal knowledge, can you just make that clear?
Sure.
Thank you. In your first statement to the police at paragraph 4, you describe the check-in process at Wake Up Hostel, and I take it that you are describing that process not from your memory of what happened with Theo, but a combination of what you've been able to understand from Ben Quinn, who was at the reception that day, and also your understanding of general practice at the hostel, is that right?
Yes, that's right. So general practice, and also we have the computer system which, indicated, for example, what room he was in, what key assigned, his folio number, the things that are in that paragraph.
And you know from that computer system that Theo booked into a cottage 603, is that right?
Yes.
That's a small A-frame, like a little house, is that true?
Yes. Yeah,
And
we refer to it as a cottage.
A cottage.
Yeah.
And you've shown the assisting team that cottage and where Theo was sleeping?
Yes, we have.
You also indicate in that statement that Theo was allocated a key ID 603G, and is that a key card about the same size as a credit card, a piece of plastic?
Yes. Yeah.
And is that a unique key in the sense that it's the only key that's 603G, is that right?
Yes.
And is it the case that those keys allow someone access controlled by the central reception?
Yes. So, for example, we would allocate 603G to one particular check-in because they have certain dates associated to that key. So it would only allow them access into that room for the days that they have checked out, and then another guest staying in that same room would be 603B or C, and so on.
And you can also turn off that access as you choose if you wanted to, so that a person's access would be stopped by the central computer system. Is that right?
Yes.
It's the case, though, you've indicated in your statement that that's not a perfect system in the sense that either sometimes the doors don't close properly or sometimes travellers will let other people in so they're able to gain access without a key. Is that right?
Yeah, it could happen, yeah.
But with those limitations in mind, you are able to interrogate the computer system to see what time someone has used the card to get in?
Yes. We can verify any time a key was used on the door to gain access.
There's no need to use the key to get out, though, is that right?
No need to use the key to get out.
The card itself, the piece of plastic, you've indicated in your statement that it has the Wake Up logo on it. Is there anything else on that piece of plastic that would make it clear that it's a particular key? For example, does it have 603G written on it?
No, it doesn't.
So it would be hard to distinguish that card on a brief view from any other card from Wake Up, is that right?
Yeah, they are all generic. There's no way to tell.
You also explain in your statement that the common practice at Wake Up is to give travellers a lanyard to hold the key Is that like a piece of ribbon or cord that the traveller can place around their necks? Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Was there a particular practice at the hostel at around that time to make sure that people were putting the card in their lanyards, or to encourage them to use that way of holding the card?
Yes, we would actually give them the key with the lanyard already attached to it. So it was up to them if they were to take it off and put it in their wallet, but everyone was given one with a lanyard attached.
Was it common practice to discourage people from putting it in their wallet? For example, did you ever say something like it might be interfered with the credit cards and that might affect its operation, or something to that effect?
No, we wouldn't give that recommendation. Sometimes if a key had stopped working for whatever reason, we would say potentially it's from a credit card, but it wouldn't be something we'd be recommending on check-in or anything.
But you would hand it to them already attached?
Yes.
That was common practice.
Yeah.
Was it also a common practice at the time to give people on check-in directions into the Byron Bay Township?
Yes.
And was that done by showing them a map and then circling the area of the Byron Township on the map?
Yeah. Yeah, we would show them where they were right now, where the hostel was in relation to town and some of the tourist destinations and so forth.
Would you typically show a traveller where the lighthouse was?
Yes. Yeah, it's one of the main attractions. So.
It's the case that the Wake Up Hostel had shuttle buses going particularly to the lighthouse 3 times a week on the weekdays, is that right?
Yes, it was an activity we ran. Yeah.
And was there any need to enrol in that particular service, like to announce in advance that you wanted to go, or put your name down, or pay?
Yeah, we would have a list of people to sign up because we had limited spots, and people would put their name on that list so that they could get on the bus in the morning.
And are those lists retained? Are they kept?
No, they're not.
Is there any way of knowing now whether Theo ever signed up for a trip to the lighthouse during the morning?
There would be no way unless someone were to remember it going on that list, but we didn't keep those lists.
And there was no service for the sunset, is that right?
No.
And no service on the weekend?
No.
But is it the case that there were bikes that could be rented free of charge from the hostel to ride there?
Yes.
And were there records kept of people taking bikes from the hostel?
At the time, but we didn't keep them once those sheets had been used. Like, we didn't keep a historical collection of them.
Would they be thrown out on a daily basis, or is it possible to say when those records would have been destroyed?
Yes, so it wasn't done on a daily basis, but it would be as a certain amount of rentals were done on that sheet, we could no longer use that sheet, and that sheet would be discarded as long as it was in the time frame that someone would still be at, using it or at the hostel. So it could be every couple of days it was thrown out.
Now, I've been asking you about the special shuttle to the lighthouse, which I think included a guided tour. Is that right?
Yeah. So. Yeah.
There's also another shuttle service that was a regular shuttle service from the hostel to the town and back. Is that right?
That's right.
Did it go anywhere except Wake Up and to town and back? Was there other parts of that route that it would go on?
No, it was just from Wake Up into town on a loop that was run throughout the day.
And was it common practice to tell people when they checked in that was an available service from them?
Yes, we would tell everyone.
And was that every half hour?
Yeah, it did change, but it was about every half an hour to an hour, depending on the season, really.
And again, was there any way that did people have to enrol? Did they have to put their names down? Was there any record kept of who caught the shuttle?
No. And
did that service stop at a particular time of night?
Yes, it did.
What time was that?
That would often change with the time of the season, but it was generally around 10 p.m.
And would it just depart from a point at wake up and when people were seated, the bus would just leave? Is that how it worked?
We had it at a set time, so people would meet at the front of the hostel at a certain time when the bus was leaving, and if there were more than 11 people on the bus would then come back and take the rest of the people. But generally, it's stuck to a schedule.
I see. So that there might be an occasion when, if there were a lot of people waiting, the bus might come back?
Yes.
And where was the drop-off point at Byron Bay Township?
It was on Johnson Street, where the visitor information is.
And would people be able to go to that area to get it from the township back to Wake Up as well?
Yes. We would have a schedule for it leaving the hostel, and then we'd have a schedule for it for leaving town to come back.
So that was at a specific time that people could go and find that shuttle and get back on to come back to the hostel, is that right?
Yes.
And was there any common practice when people checked in about whether they would be told it was better to catch the shuttle as opposed to walking, or was there any recommendation in that regard that was common practice?
Not particularly, no. We would a lot of people would prefer to walk down the beach because it was a short walk along the beach. So in the daytime, people would often like doing that. So we gave them the options, but didn't recommend doing either one.
It took about 20 minutes to walk into town along the beach. Is that a fair estimate?
Yeah.
Was it longer or shorter to do it by the road?
It was about the same, actually.
Was there any advice given to travellers upon check-in as common practice in relation to their personal safety?
Not particularly, just to be safe in the water, like swimming out the front of the beach. We'd often, casually tell them about currents and stuff like that, but we wouldn't go into much detail about that.
Was there any discussion about whether or not they should walk along the beach at night, given that it was unlit?
No, we didn't give those kinds of details.
There's been some evidence before the coroner that Wake Up Hostel would tell people to use the beach rather than the road, perhaps because it was an easier way of navigating. Are you familiar with that being a common practice of reception?
Yes. By common, do you mean, would we tell this to every check-in, or is it just something we would use from time to time?
Well, you tell us. What's your understanding of how often travellers would be told to use the beach rather than the road?
I personally would have recommended someone to use the beach in the day, more so just because it was a nice way to get into town, not so much to do with safety or anything like that. So I'm sure other receptionists may have recommended the same thing as they hear you say something that might be well received by a guest, and they might copy it. But as to how often, I couldn't recall, I'm sorry.
And I take it from that answer that there's certainly no written instruction or written protocol that's given to the reception managers as to things that they must tell every traveller when they check in?
We do have certain things that they, details about the hostel and things they're going to need to know, and things we think they would, will really help them during their stay. But we didn't have anything to do with, safety recommendations in that, spiel.
When people checked in, were contact details taken from them?
Yes, they were.
What contact details, given that there were so many international travellers, was a home address something that was normally taken from travellers?
No, a lot of the time the home details were taken, by the source of which they booked and were automatically into the system. What we would get off them were things like the passport number, phone number, Australian phone number, those types of things.
And what about their email address?
Yeah, and their email address.
When you had cause to contact a traveller, did you find that they were easiest to contact on mobile phones or emails, or was there no particular way in which they were easiest to contact?
We would try mobile first, and then we would send an email, but generally phones were the best way because we wouldn't have to wait on the reply. It was more instantaneous.
The coroner's heard some evidence about meal nights or barbecues that were held at the hostel. While we're still on the topic of records, did people have to sign up for those meal nights in advance?
No, they didn't.
And was there any record kept as to how many people attended?
No.
How was the payment dealt with? Could people charge those nights back to their rooms, or did they have to pay cash on the spot? How did that work?
They were free events.
The meal nights?
Yes.
Oh, so people didn't have to pay any money at all?
No, it was included in their accommodation, all of our nightly events.
And what about alcohol? Was that included as part of their accommodation?
There was.
Free alcohol?
At the event, yes.
Are you sure about that?
Yes.
So I might come back and show you a photograph in a moment, but is it your understanding that if there was alcohol at these meal nights at the hostel that would be provided free of charge?
Sorry, could you just repeat that? I just missed a detail.
If alcohol was available at meal nights at the hostel, are you saying that alcohol would be provided free of charge?
It would be included in the event, which was included in their stay.
I see. Was there a hut where people could purchase alcohol for money at the hostel in the back terrace?
Yes, there was.
And that was separate to what might be included as part of an event, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And were there records taken there of what people were purchasing? So could they charge those drinks back to their room?
No.
And was that a cash facility, or did it also have FPOS facility as at 31st of May 2019?
It always had FPOS facilities, yes.
I might just show him. I'm just going to show you a photograph, Mr. Phillips. We lose sight of you when these things come up on the screen, so you know. We're just loading the photograph now.
Sure.
I was asking you some questions about a hut where people might be able to purchase alcohol. Is that a picture of the hut where people could purchase alcohol?
That is.
And just to confirm your evidence, people could use cash or they could use FPOS or credit cards, but there was no facility to charge it back to their rooms. Is that right?
That's right.
And is that terrace area there that we're seeing the area where events or meal nights might be held?
Yeah, in that backyard area there.
And was it always the case that those meal nights would be part of the accommodation package as opposed to paying, for example, $10 to get a plate of food on a one-off basis?
Yeah, occasionally we would do different events. You know, we ran for a few years. There would often be events where they would pay for the barbecue. As I said, I'm referring to when you say kind of meal nights. So we had 3 or 4 different nights. You know, some nights you would pay for the foods. Some nights there was cheese and crackers for free. So, for example, I guess on a Monday and Wednesday we would have a wine and cheese night and a pizza night where, you know, there would be a certain amount of alcohol provided. And then, for example, on a Friday night, that was a barbecue night of which you would pay for the meal and there was no alcohol provided for that night.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Phillips. That's very helpful clarification. I'll take that picture off the screen now. Was it that regular, Mr. Phillips, that is, that the cheese and crackers and the pizza would be on the Wednesday night and the barbecue would be on the Friday night? Was that the routine?
Yes, that was routine. I should probably clarify, did you want more detail on which events were on each night, or?
Just if we could just focus on the Friday night, could you tell us
Sure.
what happened on a Friday night?
So the Friday night was a barbecue night. of which you paid $10 for a meal. And it would run in the evening. We would often provide a bit of music and stuff like that. And drinks would be purchased by the guests from that bar that you had just shown before. So,
Were they also permitted to bring alcohol in from, for example, from a bottle shop?
yes, they could have their own alcohol at those events.
There's also a place to buy alcohol near the Wake Up Hostel, is that right? Not in the Wake Up Hostel, but next door?
No, there wasn't. That you could buy it in from the reception at the hostel.
I see.
There wasn't a bottle shop in Belongil.
And if you can remember, what did you get for your meal on the Friday nights at the hostel? What was included in that barbecue?
It did change from time to time, but from memory it was a burger, a sausage, maybe some salad.
We've had some intelligence that there might have been a pasta salad. Does that sound about right?
That could be possible. There was a pasta salad involved.
All right. If I could take you now to the events that occurred when it was discovered that Theo had gone missing, and as I understand it, you're the manager at this time and you're not involved personally in all of these processes, is that right?
That's right.
Doing the best you can to walk us through that, Theo was expected to check out on the 3rd of June, but didn't check out as expected on the 3rd of June. Was this a usual or unusual thing for a backpacker not to check out on the day which they'd said they would be leaving?
It was unusual in the fact that it didn't happen to every, checkout, but it certainly occurred. But it wasn't something we would expect every, checkout to have done.
Was there any reason at that stage for concern or alarm?
No, there wasn't.
And why is that?
It would happen quite often that someone wouldn't check out on time or not on the right day.
What were the reasons why people wouldn't check out on time?
Often they were down at the beach and just hadn't organised themselves to check out, to which point they may come back a few hours later to pay for their accommodation and either extend it or say, sorry, I'm late type thing.
At that time, that is the 31st of May, was there any written protocol or procedure as to what people should do if someone didn't check out as expected?
No, I don't believe it was written down how we would proceed.
What was the standard practice? Can you say?
Yeah, so when someone wouldn't check out, we would have a list of, the people that were expected to check out on that day. If it would get to, past our checkout time, we would take that list around to the rooms and try and identify where that person was. Often we'd go into the room and, obviously all their things are gone from the room, they've checked out, so we would check out of the system. And then for people that clearly just haven't come down to check out, if the room was available, like the bed was available for that night, we would just extend it another night and leave a note on the door just to say, hey, can you come down to reception when you see this?
What did the note say that you would leave on the door? What would be written on the note?
It would just have their name and their room number, asking them to come down to check out, and it also had their checkout date on it, I think I remember.
Was there any practice when people were checking in to take a note of who was travelling together? So if a group who were together checked in at the same time, was there a practice to make a note of that in the file?
Yes, if they had booked together, like if they made the booking together, for 4 people, it would be identified in the reservation system. Like it would say group, it would have a 1 of 4, 2 of 4, 3 of 4, 4 of 4. But if they had booked separately and arrived together, we generally wouldn't have any way of knowing that they were travelling together.
I see. If people had made a group booking all together, would it be practice to try and contact somebody else in that group to see where that person was or what they were doing?
Yes, yeah. If there was a whole group that hadn't checked out, we probably would contact someone else in there. Yeah.
So you indicated that one of the common practices was to just extend for another night so they could, was that so that they could keep their bed and then you would chase them for payment? Is that right?
Yeah.
Would you tend to make any contact with them on the first day, whether it's by email or by phone?
Yes, we would often try and give them a call on their phone.
Have you been able to find out whether there was any attempt made to contact Theo on Monday the 3rd of June?
On the 3rd of June? I can't recall if there was a phone call made.
Is that something that would be recorded in a note or an incident log or anything like that if it was done?
As I say, it wasn't written policy, but often, a receptionist could leave a note that they tried to contact when details did arise. They would leave it in the reservation folio, but it wasn't a written procedure, so it could or could not have been done on the day.
In the statement you say at paragraph 7, I'm looking at your police statement from the 10th of December. You say, on the 4th of June, Theo failed to check out again and we extended for another night again. We went into the room to see if Theo was there and again left a note on the door. When you say we, who are you referring to?
The receptionists.
Did you personally go to Theo's room on the 4th of June?
Honestly, I can't recall, but I believe I'm referring to the receptionists in that paragraph.
Again, do you have any way of knowing whether there was any attempt to call Theo or send him an email on the 4th of June?
Not me personally. I don't have a way of knowing that.
Was anything reported to you as General Manager on the 3rd or 4th of June that there was someone who had gone missing and that there was any level of concern?
There was no concern at that point.
Would you have any expectation by the 4th of June that the receptionist who went to the room might look around to see if the belongings were in an identifiable place, like, for example, in a locker?
Yeah, they would be, trying to identify. Sometimes it was quite hard with the amount of, different belongings, but we would be trying our best kind of on the day to locate their things.
I'm not being critical of you when I ask this, but
Sure.
If someone hasn't checked out for 2 days, is the concern of Wake Up more a commercial concern in terms of you missing out payment for those 2 nights than having any particular concerns about safety? Is that a fair thing to say?
No, it wasn't a commercial concern. To be honest, at the time, there was not really a safety concern either of 2 days without someone checking out.
And is the reason that there's no safety concern that it was, if not constant, a relatively common thing for people to not check out for 2 days at a time?
Yeah, yes it is.
We know that Theo left all his belongings behind. Was it common to have people not check out for 2 days and leave all their belongings behind?
Not all of their belongings. As you see in the statement, one of the receptionists had located what we thought to be was the person that hadn't checked out, Theo, and had found the passport and identified that, okay, this must be, this guest's belongings. And once we identified that it was, all of the belongings and a passport, that's when it became a situation, because that wouldn't be common.
The passport was found on the 6th of June, though. I'm just trying to understand if there'd been any attempt to examine if there were identifiable belongings on the 4th of June.
Oh, I apologise. The receptionist likely would have, tried to identify this, could be the belongings, that were belonging to the person staying at bed, but I can't recall if anything, that actually identified the guest was made on that date.
Your statement says on the 5th of June, we did the same things but also tried to call his mobile phone and send an email to him. I know you've said that you're not sure and you can't say one way or the other whether there was an attempt to call his mobile before the 5th of June, but do you have any way of knowing whether there'd been an attempt before the 5th of June to call Theo's mobile?
I have no way of knowing. If there was an attempt made, it would be on, the phone log, but it wouldn't have been recorded by us that we made that call, if you know what I mean.
You personally sent an email to Theo's Hotmail address on the 5th of June. I might just put that on the screen.
Sure.
Are you able to see that now, Mr. Phillips? Mr. Phillips, can you hear me?
We seem to have lost Mr. Phillips.
Yes.
You might have to make contact again. Here he. Thanks, Mr. Phillips.
Sorry, I don't know what happened. It just disconnected me.
Thank you.
It might have been when we tried to move to the image. We'll just try that again and see if we can keep you, Mr. Phillips. Can you still hear me, Mr. Phillips?
Yes, I can.
Can you see the email on screen there?
Yes, I can.
That email reads, "Hi Theo, it's Tom here from Wake Up Byron Bay. We just wanted to check everything is okay with you. You have not checked out, but we have all your belongings in the room. Please let us know if there's anything you need. My number is," and there's a phone number recorded there. Was that your work mobile phone number, Mr. Phillips?
That was just my mobile. I didn't have a work number.
So you were happy to provide that to travellers?
Yeah.
Now, what that suggests, would you agree, is that as at the 5th of June, you did know that Theo had left all his belongings behind, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just trying to understand at this point whether or not there'd been any examination of those belongings, given that they appear to have been identified by at least the 5th of June as belonging to Theo.
I'm sorry, can we just take that down?
Sorry.
Yeah, I think it was more a matter of saying there is a certain amount of, luggage next to the bed. So I assume it was associated with that person. But as far as I know, there wasn't anything that indicated, do you know what I mean?
Well, I'll take it in stages. The first being whether you knew it was all of his belongings, and the second whether you knew it was his. In terms, it's just that your email uses that expression, all your belongings. That does seem to suggest that you'd formed an assessment that he had left everything of his behind. Do you agree with that?
It's more when I say all of your things, I guess it's colloquial language. I'm just saying, like, there's a lot of things here for, you haven't just left a little backpack. It seems to me that you've left, proper luggage, more than what would be expected for someone who had just kind of checked out without letting us know.
Do you have a recollection now of what was going on in your mind as at the 5th of June?
Yes.
Do you recall being concerned that he'd left his belongings behind, at least what seemed like a large amount?
No, I wasn't concerned at the time.
Would it have been prudent at this point to go through the bags to see if there was anything valuable left behind, like, for example, a camera?
Would it have been prudent?
Yes.
Yes, it would have, I suppose.
I appreciate at this point you'd had no reason to be concerned and no prior bad experience, but in hindsight, would that have been an appropriate time, if not before, to take a close look at those belongings?
Yes.
And perhaps at that point see whether there was something like what was ultimately found, which was a passport within those belongings that identified Theo?
yes, in hindsight, it would have been great to have done it the day before.
Or I suppose in hindsight, even earlier. Is that fair to say?
Yes, would have been great.
I know that you personally have spent some time reflecting upon this and have some level of regret about this, but it was not something that you had ever experienced before. Is that fair to say?
That's right.
On the 6th of June, there was identification of the fact that there was a passport in Theo's bags. Was it you who found that passport, or was it Ben Quinn who found the passport?
It was Ben Quinn.
And did Ben, were you present when he did that, or were you somewhere else?
I was in the office, and I believe he came back and let us know there was a passport in the belongings, at which point, yeah, we said that's when I started to get a lot more involved in it.
Because you've indicated in your statements that while people leaving belongings behind is not that uncommon, it's very unusual for someone to leave a passport behind. Is that right?
Yes. Yeah.
Was there a facility at Wake Up to store passports in like a central safe or at reception? Was that something that would happen?
Yeah, we would put it in our safe generally if we had someone's passport, but we generally wouldn't have passport.
So it wasn't a common practice to ask for the passport for it to be stored in reception, for example?
No, that was not common. At check-in, we would take their passport details from the passport and hand it back to them.
Would you tell them at that point, you can store that with us or you can store it yourself?
No, we didn't offer that service.
I see. And when it was reported to you that a passport had been located with those bags, what was your reaction to that?
Well, that was just unusual that someone would, as I was saying before, someone leaving their bags behind, it wasn't that uncommon. But I guess for some reason, when they said a passport, we decided to alert the police. To be honest, we just thought we were being super safe. I wasn't overly concerned at that time either. I thought we were going, even a bit far by, making that call. But, yeah, it just seemed a bit odd that someone would leave all their things plus their passport because they can't travel without their passport. Yeah.
Mr. Phillips, to the best of your knowledge, before the 6th of June, had anybody, for example, a traveller, suggested to you that it would have been a good idea to call the police, or that was something that should happen?
No.
Did it ever get reported to you that a traveller had suggested that?
No.
There's information from one of the guests at Wake Up Hostel called Zach McLean that he spoke to a female staff member at Wake Up prior to the 6th of June and said that it was a good idea to call the police about the traveller who had left his bags behind. Was that something that you were aware of as at the 6th of June?
No, I wasn't.
I appreciate you say that even at that stage you weren't particularly concerned and you felt in a way you were being perhaps even overly cautious. Was it a discussion between you and anyone else as to whether or not it was necessary to call the police?
Yes, I believe I consulted with Kira, who was one of the other managers, and we'd had a discussion, and I'd relayed the fact that we'd found a passport and all the belongings, and we both decided it was best to just call the police to be safe.
And that's Kira Kraut, K-R-A-U-T, is that right?
That's right, yeah.
She's now the general manager of Wake Up Hostel, is that right?
As of now, she's the area manager of the group, yeah.
And as I understand it correctly, this was the first time you'd ever had cause to contact the police about a traveller who'd failed to check out of Wake Up, is that right?
Yes, it was the first time.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. And you've indicated in your statement that you called the police about midday. Is it possible that you called them a bit later at about 1:45 p.m?
That is possible. I think at the the time I made the statement, I thought it was around 12, but yeah, I couldn't verify exactly what time that was, yeah.
But it was before, I believe later on that day, you received contact from Theo's cousin Lisa by telephone, is that right?
That's right, yeah.
And you also received an email from Theo's father, Laurent?
That's right, I did.
And at that stage, you'd already made the first contact with the police, is that correct?
I can't recall when Theo's father had sent the email. I can't recall what time that was, but I had alerted the police before I received a call from Lisa.
Now, I'll take you through the next stages reasonably quickly, but the police attended on the 6th of June and took away Theo's belongings, is that right?
Yeah.
Are you aware of whether or not there was any request for CCTV footage that day, the 6th of June?
I can't recall, sorry.
It was the case, as at the 31st of May, that the CCTV was overwritten every 7 days, is that right?
Yeah.
You've recorded in your statement that the following day, that is the 7th of June, a police officer called you and asked you to look at some of the footage to see if you could locate Theo.
Yes.
Did you know Theo at the time you were asked to do that?
No.
Did you have a photo of him in order to try and do that?
No, I believe it was just a description given at the time.
And were you happy just to do that for the police, to look through the footage and give what assistance you could to see if he could be seen by you?
Yes, I was happy to do that.
And without going into what happened every single day, was there a lot of what you might call to and fro or back and forth between Wake Up and the police because they had trouble downloading the CCTV footage?
Yes, yeah, there was a bit of back and forth.
And to your knowledge, has there been any change with respect to the software system or the CCTV system in terms of how often it's overwritten?
Oh, we can get that from Kira.
They hadn't by the time I'd finished working for them, so I don't know about now. Yeah.
When did you finish working for them?
In May of this year.
And just to again briefly summarise some of the things that happened after that point, a person connected to the family from an embassy came and was accommodated at Wake Up free of charge?
That's right.
Police asked you on both the 9th of June and the 11th of June to provide details of some of the guests and their contact details?
That's right.
And on the 12th of June, you provided the log of the keycard accesses to the room so that it could be seen at what time 603G had been used to access that room, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
You also were aware that there were searches on the grounds of Wake Up Hostel and also surrounding the hostel?
Yes, there was.
I'm going to move now, Mr. Phillips, to your second statement, which is the one from the 2nd of October 2020.
Okay.
Just before I do that, would it be fair to say that having a young man go missing from the hostel was something that obviously was of a matter of concern and distress to you?
Yes, yeah, after the fact, yes.
And you were more than happy to do everything that the police asked you to do and tried to cooperate as much as you could?
Absolutely.
And there was nothing that was asked of you to your memory that you refused to do or didn't cooperate with?
No, they were great. They were.
And in fact, you became aware that there was a concern amongst the hostels in the Byron Bay area about this tragic event, and you were informed that there was discussion by the New South Wales Backpackers Operators Association about whether an industry-wide policy should be implemented with respect to reporting travellers who fail to check out to the police. Is that right?
Yes, there was a discussion had between Blackbow and New South Wales that I wasn't a part of, And we'd also had a discussion with the BOA subcommittee, and that's representatives from the Byron sector. So there was 2 different discussions had, yeah.
You refer in your statement to being educated by a person called Christian Millett about these discussions. Who's Christian Millett?
He's the owner of Wake Up.
Awesome. And he was the one who told you that there'd been these discussions about whether or not some sort of protocol should be implemented. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
In terms of the Backpacker Operators Association, do they have any binding authority on hostels, or is it more a peak body that might be able to issue guidelines?
Yeah, I think more of that. I wouldn't want to get into the specifics because I don't exactly know how it's involved legally, but that kind of thing.
More like guidelines, to your understanding?
Yeah, they would. Yeah, more like guidelines. They would try and be spokesmen or spokespeople for the industry and try and take matters to the government, that kind of thing, and try and get things done within the tourism industry. But it'd be more guidelines.
And again, I appreciate that you're trying to gather together this information that you've drawn from other sources, and you're not personally aware of all these things. But is it your understanding that it wasn't considered feasible to report a missing backpacker within 24 hours statewide because in Sydney that might lead to 10 calls to the police just from a single week? Is that right? That's at 1D of your second statement?
Yes, that was the information that was given to me.
But it's also the case that Byron Bay, which is a smaller community, it was considered at the local subcommittee that it would be a good idea to move to some form of informal protocol where those reports to police were made faster and within 24 hours?
Yes.
And was that done in order to be responsive to the tragic case of a young backpacker going missing?
Yes. Yeah, it was. We had a discussion with the subcommittee, and it was, I suppose, in light of recent events, maybe we should all have the same kind of protocol. What do you guys do? What do you guys do? And we all figured that the best way to do it was to, in light of recent events, call the police after 24.
And that was something that you supported?
Yes.
And was it at that stage, when you were discussing that within the local subcommittee, that there was an awareness that it can be important to identify reasonably promptly if backpackers go missing because they may not be missed by, for example, family and friends at home due to issues like time zones and reception issues and things of that nature?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Sure.
Sorry.
Was there an appreciation at around this time that it's important to notify police when backpackers go missing because their loved ones back home may not know that they've gone missing because of issues such as time zone differences or issues with mobile phone reception?
Yes.
And it would also be the case that for some travellers who are travelling alone, it may take some time to realise that that person may be in trouble?
Yes.
And the early days of a person going missing can be very important in obtaining information about where they might be.
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that you have no resistance whatsoever to a sensible protocol that might speed up those changes? You think it's a good idea?
Yes, I think it's a good idea.
And when you were still the general manager, your view was that if there was some form of protocol that a guest couldn't be contacted after 48 hours, it would be a good idea if police were contacted. Is that right?
Yes.
And this is just at the end of your statement at 11A. And the only concern that you raised in that statement was you wouldn't want to make too many false alarms because then you might be using up too many police resources, but indicated that if there was no issue from the police end, it's something that Wake Up Hostel would support. Was that true as at the time you wrote that statement?
Yes.
Are you aware that since then a suggested protocol has been sent to New South Wales Police in the Wake Up Hostel?
I'm not aware personally of the new protocol. No.
I think those are my questions, Mr. Phillips. I'll just check one moment.
Sure.
Those are my questions, but there may be questions from either the lawyer for the family or the lawyer for New South Wales Police.
Sure.
Ms Palmer.
Thank you, Your Honour. I might sit down.
Certainly.
Hi, Mr Phillips. My name is Claire Palmer. I'm the counsel for the Commissioner of Police.
Hi.
Hi. Please let me know if you can't hear me. I'm sitting a little bit further away from my microphone. I have a few questions, just particularly in connection to the events that happened on 7th of June 2019, and in particular in relation to the collection of the CCTV.
Sure.
So you actually discussed this in your first statement, which is dated the 10th of December 2019, and in particular from paragraph 11. And you mentioned in your statement on the 7th of June 2019, Alicia from Byron Bay Police was inquiring as to what footage Wake Up would be able to obtain. Is it possible that that was Senior Constable Alicia Dutton?
Yes, that's possible.
And would it be correct to say that you spoke to police numerous times on that day, on 7th of June 2019?
I can't recall, I'm sorry. I think it was more than once though, yes.
But that's fine. If you don't recall anything, feel free to say that you don't remember.
Okay.
We appreciate that it's quite a while ago. And you indicate that in paragraph 11 that at her request you 2019 at 11 p.m. until the following morning at 9 a.m. And then you indicate that you found no one matching the police description. So at this point of time, you were still able to access the footage on 31 May 2019, is that correct?
Yes.
And do you recall at this time from what time on 31 May 2019 you were able to see the footage? Did that start at midday on 31 May 2019? Or was that
can't recall.
Okay, thank you. You indicate in the next paragraph that you received a formal or an official email from Senior Constable Dutton at 4:41 p.m. that afternoon, and you indicate that at this point I think you realised, or at this point it was only possible to retrieve it from the 1st of June 2019 at midnight of that night. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right.
And Mr. Phillips, was that just simply an oversight that you hadn't appreciated earlier that day, that you wouldn't be able to retrieve or save that footage at a later point if the police wanted it?
Yes, I hadn't considered it at the time. I just was following instruction. So when they asked me to retrieve it, it wasn't available.
Yes, thank you. And I think you also, would you agree that on that initial night when you didn't have the photo on the first night and you were attempting to do that exercise of reviewing the CCTV footage, you would agree that you didn't have a photograph, but you were provided with a description of the of the person you understood to be missing, so you could review the CCTV footage. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yes.
And have you? Is it possible that you indicated to the police, maybe perhaps the next morning or later that night, that you have seen several people returning over the course of that CCTV, but it's difficult to be absolutely sure it's the missing persons because you only have that limited description? Is that correct?
Yes.
And is it possible that a photograph of Mr. Hayez was dropped into, was delivered to Wake Up Hostel the next day by the police?
I can't recall.
Okay, I'll put it to you that, to the best of your recollection, it's you don't remember that didn't happen for certain.
I don't recall if a photograph of Theo was dropped at the hostel or not.
Thanks, Mr. Phillip. I just have just one other short series of questions, just in relation. I know you mentioned that during your time working at Wake Up, it sounded like it was at least 2 years. If you were there in 2019 and you were there until 2021, was it 2 years that you worked for Wake Up as one of the managers?
Yeah, I'd worked for them previously, I think from 2012 until about 2015 or 16, and then I lived in New Zealand, and then I came back to work for them to start the Wake Up Byron Bay, and that was, I believe, January 2018 up until May 2021.
So you have lots of experience with backpackers?
Yes, a lot of experience with backpackers.
Did you have, are you aware of any instances in Byron Bay specifically where a resident at the Wake Up Hostel became involved in an incident where they were at risk of danger?
No, I wasn't aware.
Were you aware of any other, perhaps less serious incident that would have caused a resident to get the police involved or caused them an apprehension of harm?
Not specifically. No.
Thank you, Mr. Phillip. That's all of my questions.
Mr. Evenden.
Thank you, Your Honour. Mr. Phillips, I'm asking some questions on behalf of Theo's family. Thanks for giving evidence today. Firstly, can I just ask you about the sunrise trips to the lighthouse? Were they, for a backpacker, were they reasonably easy to arrange?
Yes, they were. They would sign their name up on the sheet, and it would be as simple as that, if there was room on the shuttle.
And how would someone staying at Wake Up back in May 2019 have found out that there was a shuttle going from Wake Up to the lighthouse of a morning?
So it would be on our activity schedule that was advertised around the property. It would also be one of the main, attractions that we talk about on check-in. So we would really encourage people to come along to that tour. Yeah.
All right. And were there regular days when those tours went?
Yes, there were.
And do you remember in May 2019 what those days were?
It was either a Monday, Wednesday and Friday. As to what was running on in May 2019, it was one of those days, but I can't recall exactly whether it was all of them or just 2 of those days.
All right. And roughly what time would the shuttle leave and then come back?
So it was designed to get them there for sunrise. So that would change throughout the year, but, it would get them anywhere between getting at 5 a.m. And 6 a.m, depending on the season.
Was 5 to 6 a.m. the departure time?
Yeah, so we would have 3 buses. We would do 3 rounds. So we would drop off, come back, pick up the second bus and drop back off. So between, 5 and 6, it could be expected they were picked up and dropped off there.
So it was very popular.
It was.
And very well known amongst the travellers at the hostel.
Yes.
And I take it there was either an option to come back with the shuttle or to walk back from the lighthouse.
It was a one-way tour, so that was part of the tour, is that we would drop everyone off and we would, walk back as a group across the beach back to the hostel.
Right. So Theo was staying with you, or scheduled to stay with you, from the Wednesday the 29th until the Monday the 3rd of June. So he would have had two opportunities to do that tour if he wanted to, the Friday morning and the Monday morning.
Yes, he would have had an opportunity to do it, yeah.
And he could be safely back at the hostel on the Monday morning by 7 or 8 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah, generally they would take a little bit longer than 7. They would watch the sunrise, usually hang out for a little bit and take their time walking back. So generally they would stay longer than 7. Yeah.
All right. I want to ask you now about the sorts of backpackers that were staying in or at Wake Up, if you're able to generalise. Perhaps firstly you might tell us, where did Wake Up sit in terms of the different backpacker options available in Byron Bay?
Sure. So Wake Up was typically more expensive than, it would have been the most expensive hostel in town. It was seen as more of a upmarket property, and we were outside of town a little bit, so we often we often had the kind of guests who wanted to be just a little bit out of town and, stay on the beach rather than in the town centre.
And because of those features, did it have a self-selecting function in the sense of who you ended up having staying there?
It did, yeah. We definitely noticed that the type of backpacker that stayed with us was a lot more, keen to spend their days down at the beach doing activities together. For example, getting up for the sunrise, that type of thing wouldn't have been typical with, backpackers maybe staying in town at the more party-focused hostels. That was not what we were about.
Right. We've heard evidence in previous days from backpackers that were there when Theo was there, who attended the barbecue, and most of them went on to attend at Cheeky Monkeys. They all had a relatively civilised, quiet night. Was that quite usual for the people staying at Wake Up around that time?
Yes, yeah. As I said, we ran these events, and that's why, we were able to run them in that way. The way we did was because generally the crowd was very tame, and it was, we wouldn't have been able to hold those events if they were not manageable. And we found they were very pleasant evenings, and yeah.
All right. I want to ask you about an odd anomaly that seems to exist. One of the British girls that was there at the barbecue said that it was incredibly cold that night, the Friday the 31st of May, and we've got some evidence about how cold it was at particular weather stations. At the Byron Bay Lighthouse at 8 o'clock that night, it was 14.8 degrees. At Ballina Airport, it was 5.4 degrees at the same time. I'm not asking you to remember that night, but can you comment on what the temperature might be with Wake Up across the other side of the bay from the lighthouse, and obviously about 30 or 40 kilometres from Ballina, with this large discrepancy between the temperatures of those two places?
That's a tough one, but generally at that time of year, it's the weather's coming from a southerly direction, and we were north of the Cape, so south of the Cape would be more prone to weather than north of the Cape, at which we were located.
Mm-hmm. Okay. You've talked about some attempts to contact Theo once it was discovered that he wasn't in his room. Is it the case that Wake Up would keep the mobile phone of the person in their records?
Yes, we would keep the phone.
And would you ever use text to contact someone, or was it just by phone call or email?
Yeah, generally we would call them.
And are you aware of phone records that show that there were 3 phone calls from the Wake Up account to Theo's phone on the 3rd of June, the 5th of June and the 6th of June?
I'm aware of the phone call on the 6th of June. As I was saying, the policy for, I guess, following up on someone who hadn't checked out is, the receptionist would leave the note and try and make contact. As I say, I couldn't verify whether those phone calls were made. And that's the reason I haven't, confirmed that it was called on those days. But it's more than possible that phone calls were attempted from the receptionists on the day they left notes on the door.
And that would be the procedure that you would have expected to take place?
Yeah, we would be doing our best to, leave a note, give them a call, because more often than not, you'd call them and they'd say, sorry, I'm staying at a friend's, I'll be back tomorrow, that type of occurrence. All
right. The phone records that have been obtained for Wake Up show that on the 3rd of June there was a call to Theo's mobile at 10:39 a.m. That would be consistent with the receptionist, finding out that he wasn't there or hadn't checked out and trying to contact him?
That's right, yeah. So checkout was 10 a.m. And that would give us a little bit of time to do the walk around to, check who was supposed to be leaving. So that matches.
All right. At 12:05 on the 5th of June, there was again another phone call from the Wake Up phone to Theo's mobile. And shortly after that, 2 minutes after that, you sent your email to Theo. Does that suggest to you that it might have been you making a phone call to him on the 5th of June?
Yes.
All right. Do you have any memory of doing that?
Yeah, I believe I did make that call. I'm so sorry that the memory's a funny thing, now that it's in hindsight, I lean towards, I did make that call, but to be honest, it could have been one of the receptionists, and then I emailed. I apologise. Forgive me.
Sure. And finally, the next day, there's a call registered at 10:56 a.m. Is that consistent with the time around which Theo's belongings are searched and the passport is found?
Yes.
And is it the case that going back to the Monday when he was due to check out, that his key gets deactivated at that point in time?
Yes, it could have been deactivated on that day.
Well, so is the case you don't know? I think your statement indicates that's what would have happened, but does that depend on whether or not that's taken place?
Yes.
All right. Presumably, if someone's key has been deactivated, they're unable or unlikely to be using the room or continuing to use the room? Yeah,
well, generally, the day we make the keys active until their checkout date. Yeah, so on the day they're supposed to check out, their key will no longer work anyway. So, generally it wouldn't be necessary to deactivate their key if it was assumed to have expired anyway.
And so in those circumstances, with the deactivated key, it becomes highly unlikely they're going to be using the room.
Yeah.
And I think you've quite appropriately agreed with counsel assisting or accepted that it would have been prudent on the 5th of June to have gone through Theo's bags to see if there was anything of value there, perhaps even earlier. You remember saying that?
Yes.
That's particularly the case, isn't it, in circumstances where, by that date at least, you know that all of his belongings are in the room and that 2 days previously the key to his room has been deactivated. Would you agree?
Agree with what part, sorry?
Would you agree that by the 5th of June it was absolutely prudent to have been through his belongings at that time, given that your observation was that all of his belongings were still in the room and his key and access to that room had been deactivated 2 days earlier?
In hindsight, yes, it would have been good to do it the day before. At the time, it wasn't seen as a concern, but in hindsight, absolutely, would have been great to do it on the day before. Yep.
All right, thank you. If I could just have a moment, Your Honour.
Certainly.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Phillips.
Anything arising?
No, Your Honour, if I could just thank Mr Phillips for his time and also indicate that we also thank him. He's given us quite a lot of assistance over the last 2 years with the investigation, if I could note that for the record. Thank you.
I would like to thank you as well, Mr Phillips. Thank you for all your assistance.
You're welcome. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Your Honour, the next witness is Ms Kraut. She'll be very brief. With Your Honour's leave, we thought if we could just take a brief break of about 5 minutes, and I mean 5 minutes, we could take her evidence in about 15 minutes and then have a longer break. We're trying to get in touch with Antoine van Latham, but if it's the middle of the night there for him. We're hoping to resume this afternoon with his evidence, but if that's not possible, we'll notify the parties. So the break would be until 3 p.m. unless people are notified otherwise. Does that suit, Your Honour?
Yes, certainly. We'll just break for 5 minutes now.
Stand as far as the Silence, please, all stand. Coroners Court has resumed.
So Your Honour,
Harrington.
if Your Honour pleases, I'll call Kira Kraut.
Thank you, Ms Kraut.
For Your Honour's benefit, Ms Kraut's statement is at tab 59 of volume 6 of the brief.
Thank you.
Silence, please. Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Have a seat. Thank you, Ms Kraut. And you can take your mask off.
Could you tell the court your full name, please?
Yeah, my name is Kira Kraut.
And what's your current occupation?
So I'm a group operations manager for the Byron Bay area.
Okay. And did you provide a statement for the inquest dated the 7th of October 2020?
I can't recall.
Do you have a copy of volume 6 of the
Yep.
brief in front of you?
Yep,
Could you turn to tab 59, please?
yep. Yep,
Is that a copy of the statement that you provided?
yep,
And is that statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
yep.
And remind me again, sorry, your job title currently?
So I'm like a group operations manager for the area Byron Bay.
All right, and that's at Wake Up Hostel?
Exactly, Wake Up Hostel, and then we have 2 other properties. So I'm overseeing 3 properties. Back then I oversaw 2 properties.
Okay, and the combined guest capacity of those 3 properties is?
So at that time we had around 180 at Wake Up Byron and 65 at the other property.
Mm-hmm. And currently the capacity of the 3 properties that you manage is what?
We've got around 70 at the one property, around 150 at Wake Up Byron, and another 180 at the Surf House.
And although those properties may have different names, one being Wake Up and 2 others, they belong to the one corporate entity?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. In your statement that you provided to the coroner, you went through the details of your involvement when Theo Hayez was noted to not have checked out of the Wake Up Hostel.
Yeah.
And what was your position at the time?
So I was the group operations manager, however, I was only overseeing 2 properties.
Mm-hmm. And you set out in your statement a number of steps that were taken when Theo was noted not to have checked out.
Yep.
And does that include that you were made aware on the 5th of June that a guest was unable to be located?
Yep.
And then on the 6th of June, a staff member of the hostel undertook a search of his belongings?
Yes.
And is it fair to say from your statement that this was an unprecedented situation, correct?
Yes.
And that you talked to Tom Phillips about what to do in the situation, correct?
Yes.
And as a result of that, you decided to place a phone call to the police on the 6th of June, is that correct?
We thought it's best to consult the police what we would do in an instant because we've never occurred anything like it before.
And at the time, there was no guidance provided to you by any formal document or protocol that was in place at the hostel, is that correct?
That's correct.
We've also heard evidence from Mr. Phillips today about those matters, and I wanted to perhaps just take you to what's happened since.
Absolutely.
And in particular, I'm interested to know what, if any, protocol has been put in place within the hostels in the group that you manage to deal with this situation.
Yeah, so basically what we have implemented is the first steps we also have undergone after Theo missed to depart. So basically we're going after checkout time, we go into the room and see if we can find the guest. We then, if we can't find the guest, but we can see that the belongings are still there, if we're still able to extend that person, we will extend that person. We will place a note on the door. We will try to get in contact with the guest. And then we try to get in contact with the guest. And then a day later, we do the same procedure. However, by that time, we're really trying to make sure that we had hold of the guest, and then by latest 48 hours, we involve the police.
Okay. So could I ask this, is that protocol something that's written down to provide guidance for
Yes,
staff?
towards the managers, yeah.
To all the managers of the hostel?
Yeah.
And is it disseminated beyond the managers of the hostel to, say, receptionists or other staff members?
It's usually something a manager would handle, absolutely.
Okay. So to the best of your knowledge, you would expect your managers to be educating staff about this protocol?
The first few steps of that protocol, it's part of our daily operation, but involving police, it's definitely something more senior, and a receptionist is, that's something decided or organised by the manager.
Okay, so if a receptionist is looking at the people who have checked out on a particular day and they see that someone has not checked out, is there a written prompt for them at that time to tell them what to do?
It is within the checklist, yes.
Within the checklist?
Yeah.
And what checklist is that?
So it's an AM shift checklist. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, but we just call it follow-up, follow up all departures, and then that's a procedure.
And the steps that they're told to take is one, to go to the room?
Yeah, absolutely. To go to the room, try to seek the person who we're still thinking who's due to depart or is hoping to extend, because that's most of the time the case that people wish to extend, and then get in contact with the guest to confirm if they wish to stay or wish to depart.
Okay, and then is there guidance provided when contact's attempted with the guest and there's no response? Is there written guidance provided at that point?
Not on the exact day, no. However, we do note those things down in a handover email. Mm-hmm. So basically we hand down saying this person was due to depart. We placed a note on the door for the PM shift and the managers to take note of that.
And so that's a handover from manager to manager?
This is from reception to receptionist, and all managers are included in those handover emails.
Okay, and that requirement of a handover, is that a written requirement in a policy or part of the checklist?
That the handover is to be made is part of the checklist. However, not every point which has to be mentioned on the handover is not listed on the checklist.
Okay, so it's not written on the checklist that if someone's failed to check out and not answered communication, that needs to be handed over?
Not in that detail, no.
Okay.
There's a lot of operational tasks, yeah.
Then what's... so the situation then, when there's been no response and it's handed over and another 24 hours has elapsed, what's written down as a requirement to take place at that point?
So the written down requirement is, again, to try to find the person in the room, to try to get hold of that guest, and then to try to get in contact with that guest again.
Okay. And if the guest doesn't respond at that point, what's next in terms of what's required and written down?
So what's required and written down is basically we try to get in contact with the guest, and then we wait till the next morning again.
Okay, so and if the guest doesn't respond at that point, that's now 48 hours after. Is anything else required when there's no response at that point?
Not at that point, but this is just a written protocol. Mm-hmm. However, can I elaborate?
Yeah, sure.
However, as part of the management, obviously this was pretty tragic for the whole team.
Yes.
And we are doing our very, very best that we allocate every guest. Yeah.
Absolutely. So at 48 hours, it's possible that someone doesn't respond to the communication?
Since Theo's missing, nothing has occurred like this. And I've personally, in many instances, made sure I could get in contact with those guests.
Okay. But in the situation where someone doesn't respond at the 48-hour mark, is what's required by the written checklist or protocol that they're extended for another 24 hours?
No, after 48 hours, we call the police.
You call the police after 48 hours. And under this procedure, when someone doesn't check out, even the date that they're supposed to check out, Is there a period of time after which a search of that person's belongings is required?
No.
Is part of the protocol, the thinking behind the protocol, sorry, I withdraw that, is an important aspect of this that a person's belongings might be left behind, including important belongings like a passport?
I don't think I understood the question.
Is one of the things that would make you concerned that you might need to call the police the fact that someone's left important belongings behind, like a passport?
It's not really that concerning because most people just wish to stay longer in Byron and they just basically miss to tell us.
So there'd be no way under this arrangement currently that you would be required to look through their belongings if a person hasn't checked out after 24 hours?
No.
Okay. And if the person hasn't checked out after 48 hours or responded to attempts to contact them, is there then any requirement at that point to look at their belongings?
No, if we have concern about the person, if we have not heard from them for 48 hours, we then reach out to the police and hand this over.
So in any instance where someone has not responded to any communications from a hostel and hasn't checked out, at the 48-hour point, the police are called?
That's a protocol, okay. Yes.
And are you aware of whether Wake Up has entered into any kind of local protocol or understanding with the New South Wales Police about this process?
Not with the New South Wales Police, no.
Okay. Has there been any discussions thinking about whether that's something that could be entered into?
We could definitely consider this, yeah.
Yes, and when you say you definitely could consider this, that's something that Wake Up would be willing to pursue?
Absolutely.
Okay. Can I ask you then, in the period of time since Theo's tragic disappearance, can you give me an idea of the number of incidents where a similar situation has occurred, that is, after 24 hours or 48 hours, there's been no response from a guest and you've called the police?
Since then, we haven't had an incident where someone just didn't appear for 48 hours.
So you may...
So usually we at least get hold of them via the phone call or get an email response. However, it has happened that people just literally left all their belongings behind, but then we were able to get hold of them.
So you've had no cause in the time since May 2019 to even call the police at the 48-hour point?
No.
Those are the questions that I have for you. There are a couple of other people that might ask you questions.
Ms Palmer.
And no question, thank you, Your Honour.
Mr Evenden.
Thank you, Your Honour. Ms Kraut, I'm asking some questions on behalf of the family. Are you actually based in Byron Bay?
Yes.
And you were based in Byron Bay back in 2019?
Yes.
And how long have you been living in the area?
Since 2016.
And working in the backpacker industry?
Yes, I moved up for the job. I worked for the same company in Sydney and they brought me up here.
Okay, and do you actually live within Byron Bay yourself?
Since last year, December, I did. Now I've moved to Lennox Head.
Okay. When backpackers go to the beach in Byron Bay, most of the time they're going to the beach on this northern side of the I guess, headland. Correct?
Yeah.
So sometimes the pass and main beach, sometimes across to Watergoes.
Yeah.
What about Tallows Beach? Tell us about what you know about Tallows Beach.
It's not very often that people ask for Tallows Beach. And if people ask us for Tallows Beach, like I personally always tell people to be mindful if they go swimming there, because it is known for having very strong currents.
It's not patrolled at all?
No, it's not patrolled.
There's no surf life-saving club
No.
there? And there's not many people there during the day even?
That's correct.
So you would have regular interaction with the backpackers at Wake Up?
Yeah.
What about beach parties? What can you tell us about beach parties around Byron Bay?
So everyone knows about them, but I personally think it's more something for locals, and maybe the odd backpacker who lives in Byron for a few months knows about it, but someone who just stays here for a few nights, they would usually not go there or know about those.
All right. The backpackers that we've had evidence from
Yeah.
who were staying at Wake Up and one of them at the Arts Factory during May 2019, they generally hadn't heard anything about beach parties or doofs, or certainly not before they got to Byron Bay. You're saying it's not something that backpackers became involved in as a general proposition?
No.
All right. And beach parties, if they took place, where would they take place? Do you know?
No.
All right. Do you know whether they take place on these beaches around from the town to the pass?
I don't know the proper locations. I have heard of those beach parties and those bush doofs, but I've never attended one and I don't know where they would be.
All right. Have you heard anything about people going to Tallows Beach and in particular Cozy Corner at night?
No.
For parties?
No.
Okay. And have you heard of any backpackers talking about going to Tallows Beach at night?
No.
The evidence you've just given about the changes to your protocols and procedures when someone is found to not have checked out, effectively you're saying that after 48 hours you reach out to the police and hand it over to them if you haven't been able to contact the person.
Yes.
And that would mean that in Theo's case, due to check out on Monday the 3rd of June, that you would have handed over to the police on the 5th of June.
Yes.
Right. So that would effectively be 2 days after your staff had found out that he hadn't checked out on time, but well over almost 5 days since he actually disappeared. What, if anything, can be done about that period of time where someone might be checked into the hostel but have actually gone missing?
It's a very tough question. It really is, because a lot of people are traveling by themselves, so it's not like they have to answer to anyone. They're adults, they're traveling by themselves.
It's difficult.
It's very difficult.
And in some ways, as a manager, would you say that there might be some reliance on other backpackers to raise an alarm?
Yeah, absolutely.
And in the type of accommodation that you've got at Wake Up, and particularly where Theo was staying, is that a reasonable proposition that others who are staying in the same dorm, effectively, might realise that someone's missing?
Yes, could have happened, yeah.
Can I just have a moment, Your Honour?
Yes, certainly.
Thank you, Your Honour. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Harrington, did you have?
No, nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms.
Thank
Kraut,
you.
for making yourself available. You're excused.
Your Honour, that's the last definite witness for today. If I could ask if the parties could just make sure that they're contactable around 3 p.m, and then we'll confirm if we're able to resume this afternoon for Mr Van Latham or not. If we can't, we'll have to contact people over the weekend to schedule a convenient time for him. As Your Honour would appreciate, he's a very important witness because of that time that he spent with Theo. And just to be clear for the record, because I know that there are people watching, there's no issue with his level of cooperation. He's been in constant contact with the assisting team. He's had exams this week. Please, I don't want anything to be inferred that he's being difficult, but because of the time zone difference and because of his exams, we just have had issues contacting him today.
Yes, I understand. All right, unless there's anything else, we'll adjourn. We might be back later on for Antoine. Otherwise, we'll be back tomorrow morning. I know, Monday. Don't even know what day it is. Monday at 10 a.m. Thank you. We'll adjourn.
Please all stand. It's Coroners temporary.
Okay.